humility, purpose, and progress. And here, knowledge is nothing but computer power. Ellarigu namaskara and swagata. Distinguished guests, eminent scientists, global trailblazers, visionary innovators, spirited students, and fellow architects of India's computational renaissance, I am Shankar Prakash, and I am indeed delighted to greet you all this morning. As we are all aware, we have gathered here at a genuinely pivotal moment in human progress, a moment when artificial intelligence accelerates discovery, quantum science redefines possibility, and grand scientific challenges summon unprecedented computational might. And we meet here in Bengaluru, the IT city, BT city, the technological capital of India, the home of Param Utkarsh, an exclusive supercomputing facility for startup and MSME ecosystem, the launch pad of India's quantum aspirations and an ascended global lodestar for AI research. Few places in the world are as uniquely poised to imagine, invent, and indelibly influence the technological future. So ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree with me, SCI 2025 is therefore far more than a conference. It is a convergence of intellects and institutions. It is where academia engages enterprise, where research converges with entrepreneurship, and where India's ambitions meet the world's expectations. Together, we are co-creating the supercomputing ecosystem that will propel the next decade of global innovation and scientific discovery. On behalf of the entire organizing team, welcome to SCI 2025. Yeah, let's have the energy, please. The super energy. Namaskara, Shubhodaya, and Swagata. Together, let us not merely witness the future, let us forge it. It is my privilege and pleasure to request the dignitaries to please come on stage. Dr. Thomas Zakaria, SVP AMD. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Shri Brijendra Navneet, Secretary IT Tamil Nadu. Dr. Narayana Sabahit, Pro Vice Chancellor, Technology and Science, MAHE. Dr. Sanjay Bal, DG Cert In. We've just got the message from Dr. K.D. Naik that he'll be joining us soon. Shri E. Magesh, Director General of CDAC. Dr. Hemant Darbari, Mission Director, NSM. And Mr. Situ D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC, Bengaluru. At the outset, I would request the Director General of CDAC to please welcome with a felicitation to Dr. Thomas Zakaria first. I would request Shri Magesh to kindly welcome Dr. Thomas Zakaria by felicitating him. I could hear the sound of the clapping only on one side. All of us are together in united. Swagata, Dr. Thomas. I would also request Shri Magesh to please welcome Shri Brijendra Navneet. Secretary IT Tamil Nadu. Vanakkam, sir, and welcome. Dr. Narayana Sabahit, Pro Vice Chancellor, Technology and Science, MAHE. We are all feeling at home, sir, so not to worry. Also to Dr. Sanjay Bal, DG Certain. Thank you. I would request Dr. Situ D. Sudarshan to please welcome Dr. Shri E. Magesh first, Director General of CDAC. And also Dr. Hemant Darbari, the Mission Director of NSM. Dr. K.D. Naik is expected to be here in just a few moments from now. So we move on. To formally commence this historic gathering, it's my privilege to invite Dr. Situ D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC, for the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Dr. S. D. Sudarshan.
Namaskara. Very good morning. Welcome to Bengaluru, the happening place, the startup place, the unicorn place, and the unique place. We are witnessing making of a new beginning, reinventing Bengaluru, the Silicon Valley of India, take the leadership in moving the next generation compute, which is the amalgamation of the CPUs providing traditional compute, the GPUs enabling the artificial intelligence, the QPUs enabling the quantum, with our own co-created, collaboratively created IPs. And as you see, our certain DG and all are there. So the privacy, trust, security being taken care as we do that, resulting in applications that make a difference at a global scale. And we are all assembled here at the beautiful campus of Manipal Institute of Technology. Manipal has been gracious in making this wonderful facility for this event. And it's a new journey where, as we talk about private-public partnership, we talk about industry, academia, government collaboration, international cooperation. All of them can be seen in this entire SCI 2025, the inaugural edition. So at the outset, it's my privilege, being the Center Head and Executive Director of CDAC Bengaluru and the organizing co-chair of SCI 2025, to each and every one of you here, thank you for taking your time and making it and being here full house on this auspicious day. So formally, it's my duty to welcome Dr. Thomas Zakaria, the opening batsman, along with Sri Puneet Agarwal of Vividian, to set the ball rolling on this day. So we welcome you, sir, Dr. Thomas, and we'll have Mr. Puneet very soon. Ultimately, Bangalore has to show its character a little bit, so he is on its way from airport to here. And this event is not possible without the greatest support of our Ministry of Electronics and IT, led by Honorable Mantriji Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, who has been pushing the Product Nation initiative, the India Semiconductor Mission narrative, the India AI Mission narrative, the National Supercomputing Mission, which connects all the pieces together. For their guidance, support, and finding time to be the chief guest today and giving a message in spite of the current session that is happening in Delhi. So in digital mode or the online mode, we formally welcome Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji, our Honorable Minister. Same thing goes to our Honorable Minister of State, Sri Jitin Prasada, whom when we went to brief about the event, his first reaction is, I already know about it. He has already is following up the social media post because we announced it as soon as the IEEE, we got the approval sometime in June. So but before we met, he was already aware of the event. And he just said, session is there, let me see what can be done. And he is present in digital mode today. So we welcome him to be part of this Converge the event. Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Sri Krishnan. He has taken multiple reviews and given specific directions to make this event happen. And he was there for the curtain raiser in the month of October at Bengaluru and the Global Connect event at Delhi. He has guided us on each and every point that has to be taken care. This morning he has been asked for some very important assignment in Delhi, so he had to change his plan at the last minute. We thank him for his support. And the entire event from CDAC is led by Sri Magesh ji on the dais, the Director General of CDAC, and the General Chair of the conference. Sir, your time that you have spent in multiple activities from organizing to identifying the speakers and curating the whole event has helped us reach this stage with a full house. Thank you and welcome, sir. And Dr. Sanjay Bal, the DG Certain and the Controller of Certifying Authority. He has been a support to CDAC for a long time. And we have been carrying out a lot of issues related to cyber security, both on the research side, awareness side, compliance side. And he always prioritizes his time to support us. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay sir, for being here and gracing us. We welcome you. And we have Sri Birjendra Navneet ji, IT Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu. So when he was formally invited, the first thing he said is, very interesting event, I cannot miss it, I will be there. Then he looked at his calendar, how to fit it. Sir, thank you very much for being here and gracing the occasion. Welcome, sir. And we have Dr. Narayana Sabahit, the Pro Vice Chancellor of MAHE. He has come from Manipal to be here amongst us on this day. When we are actually initially planning the venue, they also had one of the days the Vice Chancellors of MAHE meeting in this campus. So that time itself he said, you are having it in Bengaluru. We can hear, why not in Bengaluru kind of thing, Manipal. But since then, his support, we have been collaborating with MAHE in multiple ways, both their MAHE campus and Bengaluru campus. And he has come here and being part of this. That shows that collaboration across various institutes at various locations is a reality, and that is the way to success for us. Thank you, sir, and welcome you here along with the entire team. And having said that, all the center heads and various technical and non-technical staff of CDAC, we have support of various groups and departments from Ministry of Electronics and IT. Many of them are here in the next 3 days, depending on their schedule, because they have to be there in Delhi as well as here simultaneously. So they are optimizing that. And from MIT side, from Dr. Ivan Jose to Professor Sanjeev. We have the entire team. In fact, there are 100+ volunteers of MIT who are contributing to this event, and we welcome the entire MIT family for this ACI 2025. And IEEE, which is our technical co-sponsor, the Bangalore section as well as the Computer Society. And we also have the support of Global IEEE India. So all of them are very much part of the entire ecosystem. Some of them, the dais has a limited stage. So you will see a few more people tomorrow. So we'll be taking turns so that everybody is recognized and audience get to meet the diversity that we have. You will meet all of them. Many of them are here. Welcome the IEEE team. The industry, 175+ exhibitors have signed up for the inaugural event. Shows the commitment and the enthusiasm. So we welcome all of them for this event. And tomorrow we'll be formally opening the Tech Expo. So we will be welcoming them again in front of another set of galaxy of dignitaries on dais. Welcome to the industry. The academic fraternity, they have been a great support. And as I speak, more than 6,000 registrations are there for this event. This is something unprecedented in my view, because a supercomputing is not something like AI or a buzzword. It is a highly technical topic, but getting this kind of interest shows the commitment of the Indian youth, the academia, the startup in getting onto the new technologies. It's very amazing. We welcome each and every delegate. One set, I have kept it to the last, are the organizing committee members and the keynote, tutorial, workshop, speakers and organizers. Many of them are on the front row. For example, we have Professor Samir Shande, along with Dr. Darbari. They have curated the entire technical session, and they have spent enough nights and days to make this happen. Similarly, on the organizing side, we have several members who are all present here, and we have knowledge partners. We saw many logos from Data Security Council of India to VLSI Society of India, IESA. They all are part of us, and we are very happy that this is forming in place. We welcome each and every one of them, and the entire organizing team, the press and media. Welcome to this happening place. I will not take too much time, but it is a time to get entangled in a very intelligent way, so that our compute solves common man's problem, creating a cooperative, collaborative, and composed future for all of us, which will ensure sustained GDP irrespective of anything else that is happening around. So welcome once again. Thank you so much. Nice. Looking forward for the next 4 days.
Thank you, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, for setting the tone for this edition of ACI 2025. We are indeed very much happy to have Dr. K.D. Nayak on stage. I would request Shri Magesh to kindly welcome him and felicitate Dr. D. Nayak. Member TAC NSM. Swagata Suswagata. Thank you very much. We now turn to tradition and invoke its timeless wisdom through the traditional lighting of the lamp, an enduring emblem of enlightenment, creativity, and the inexplorable human quest to dispel darkness with knowledge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in this radiant act, we reaffirm our collective commitment to illuminating India's technological horizon and kindling the spirit of innovation that guides our national journey. I now warmly and respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to grace the stage and join us in this auspicious ceremony. A huge round of applause, and at the backdrop, we will have invocation by Dr. Kartika, Ms. Shrikala, and Ms. Sai Hajare.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपा नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Thank you, Dr. Kartika, Ms. Shrikala, and Ms. Sai Hajare for that wonderful, soulful rendition of invocation, and thank you, honored guests, for this auspicious beginning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now, to set the intellectual compass of SCI 2025 and outline the vision that guides the historic gathering, it is my privilege to invite the General Chair of Supercomputing India 2025, Shri E. Magesh, Director General CDAC, to deliver the opening remarks. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Shri E. Magesh.
Good morning to all. Honorable Minister for Electronics and IT, Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji. Honorable Minister of State, Jitin Prasada. Secretary MAHE S. Krishnan. Thanks to you for joining us virtually despite your busy schedules. On the dais, we have with us Professor Thomas Zakaria, Senior Vice President, AMD, Pro VC of MAHE, Dr. Narayan, Dr. Sanjay Bell, DG Certin, Principal Secretary of IT Tamil Nadu, Brijendra Navneet, Member TAC of NSM, Dr. K.D. Nayak, Mission Director Hemant Darbari, Dr. Sudarshan, dignitaries of the dais. We also have dignitaries coming from abroad, a delegation from Brazil. We have WUSO in this industry, especially HPC, Quantum AI. We have Dr. Satya Gupta, heading the IACA activity. And all the dignitaries who have come from abroad, despite traffic problems that we have in Bengaluru, as well as the air traffic that we have. I'm extremely happy to give the opening remarks for SEI 2025. In fact, it was a long-felt dream that we should bring SEI to India. Very few people among us has the privilege or opportunity to go abroad and witness the SEI happening in the USA, in Germany, and other parts of Asia. This is a deliberate move to make SEI happen in India, this being the inaugural session, inaugural event. We will have many such events happening in the future. The intention is to bring together the industry, the academia, the student, the research institutes, all together so that we can exchange ideas. We can develop systems, software, and other solutions so that these solutions are available. The intention is not to make these systems only for the elite class. We need to make it available. We need to make it accessible to all sections of our society. Be it designing or using all of this HPC, we need to have all the stakeholders part of it and make it fully available. And this event is all about, making sure that international class supercomputing conference is happening in India, in Bengaluru. We could not do this without the support of industry, especially the event sponsor, VVDN. I thank Puneet Agarwal, CEO of VVDN, and the venue sponsor, Manipal Institute of Technology. This being a new facilities, they were, in fact, more than welcoming us to have this event happen here. Thanks to MIT, MAHE. This is an outcome of 3 decades of effort of CDAC and HPC community in the country, driven by a technical advisory committee which is headed by Dr. Saraswat. Though he is not here with us, he has got other commitments, could not attend here, but the member TAC, Dr. Nayak, is with us. He has been a driving force with CDAC and the NSM community to take things forward. He has been pushing industry to adopt indigenously made technologies. In the past, CDAC has done a lot of machines. About more than 37 machines have been already commissioned with a total capacity of 39 petaflop. And another 50 more coming up in the next 4 to 6 months. We divide that into 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 was an assembled system in India. Phase 2 was manufactured and assembled in India. And phase 3 is totally designed, manufactured, and assembled in India. We call it Rudra servers. We call it Param Rudra servers. Last year, during September, our Honorable Prime Minister, he inaugurated 3 machines and dedicated that to the nation. Thanks to the support of MAHE, DST, and the Technical Advisory Committee, chaired by Dr. Saraswat, and the members of that, we were able to achieve this feat. In the coming years, we are looking at indigenizing the whole ecosystem, the racks, the cooling system, whatever it is, whatever is necessary to make HPC cluster and make it operational, including the software stack, the GPUs, accelerator, the scale-out network, the scale-up network. The work is in progress, not only from CDAC, from across the industry, thanks to the support of Indian Semiconductor Mission and the DLI scheme, which is also headed partly by CDAC Noida and CDAC Bengaluru here. We were able to identify more than 25 startups, and government has been very generous in the grant. Today, those companies are working hard to realize indigenously grown chips in the country, starting from edge computing to high-performance processors, to accelerators, to GPU, to network accelerators. The whole lot of work is happening as we speak today. These systems, these components for making a larger system will be available in the next few years. And this community today, which we are gathered today, we are going to share more about these initiatives and the work in progress. This event also brings in about 200 plus exhibitors, more than 100 sessions, speakers, about 200 speakers going to conduct these sessions. There would be panel discussion, there will be workshops, there will be paper presentations. So it will be all engaging for the next 4 days. You will have very good, interesting engagement with all the stakeholders in this community. I wish you all make the best use of this time. Not all of us get the opportunity, as I told before, we don't get the opportunity to go abroad and witness a SEA-like event, which is happening today. I'm extremely proud and happy that this has come to shape, and we are witnessing the first ever inaugural event of SEA India. Welcome to this event. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words and for illuminating the scientific and strategic purpose that brings us all together today. Thank you very much. From the global frontier of high-performance computing, Shri Thomas Zakaria, Senior Vice President, AMD, graces us with his expertise. We now look forward for your address. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Thomas Zakaria.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this inaugural supercomputing conference in India. I have spent well over 3 decades in the high-performance computing and supercomputing arena, and it has never stopped to seize the surprise, the imagination, and the opportunities that it presents itself. I've always thought of high-performance computing or supercomputing as being involved in a sort of these computers as like a time machine, the ability to really see how the future might unfold by going into the future, because we know that the capabilities that is encapsulated in the leading supercomputers will one day be available in your pocket in a mobile phone or a laptop. The reason why I can confidently say that is that my first computer that I was responsible for, it was the fastest computer at the time. The first massively parallel computer was an Intel Paragon XPS 150, which was all of 150 gigaflops. And it was used to actually sequence the part of the Human Genome Project. And if you have an iPhone 6 or better in your pocket, you have something that is as capable as the fastest supercomputer in the world in 1995. And so I'm confident in saying that this is a really important technology, and India has a tremendous talent and capabilities to offer. Now, having used time machine as a metaphor, I was thinking that what would I tell the students up in the bleachers if I could go back in time 50 years and talk to my 18-year-old self who had just walked into the Surathkal campus, not too far from the MIT campus that I knew for 50 years ago. And I had never imagined that I would be involved. I would, first of all, go to the US for higher education, nor that I would be involved in high-performance computing. And what I would challenge each and every one of you as students is to really think about the opportunity to shape the future. My career took me as a postdoc to Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and spent a 35-year career there, and left the lab as director of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, a seat that was occupied by Eugene Wigner and Alvin Weinberg. And so you never know where your career takes you. The one sort of challenge that I will give you is that you should be confident and make sure that you're ambitious enough and aspirational enough to shape the future. Because the world that we see here today, that the world we live in, the world that we experience, can be traced back to few major discoveries, inventions. The entire world that we occupy today can be traced back to some of the discoveries in the early part of the 19th and 20th century. If you think about electricity, the Haber-Bosch process, which allowed you to make synthetic fertilizers that essentially increased food production by 7-fold, which allowed humanity to both extend the life and also the life that we lead today. And of course, fast forward, internet, and I think that AI is as transformative a technology as electricity. So this is an exciting time, and I really want to congratulate the organizers for assembling this talent here. And it's fitting that this inaugural conference is occurring in an academic campus, because the students are the future of this enterprise and in shaping the future that I hope that I will enjoy into the future. So thank you very much for having me here, and look forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree with me. In fact, that was indeed a global lens on India's rising role. Thank you, sir. We are deeply privileged to now present the message from our guest of honor, Honorable Shri Jitin Prasada, Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, a leader whose commitment to technological advancement continues to empower India's digital ecosystem. Honorable Sir, it is our honor to share your address with the audience today. We now invite all of you to kindly view the video message. Let's have the video message of the Honorable Minister of State, Shri Jitin Prasada. Video message, please.
Distinguished dignitaries, eminent scientists, industry visionaries, esteemed members from academia, and our brilliant young innovators. A very warm welcome to all our delegates joining us from India and around the world. It is a privilege to address you at the inaugural edition of the Supercomputing India 2025, a landmark moment in our nation's scientific and technological journey. As I look at this gathering today, I see more than a conference. I see India's aspirations taking shape by combining the power of high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, and advanced system design. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has emphasized that Viksit Bharat by 2047 is not merely a slogan, it is a vision of self-reliant, innovation-driven that designs the engineers and technologies of tomorrow. Our ministry has taken transformative initiatives such as the National Supercomputing Mission, India Semiconductor Mission, India AI Mission, Design-Linked Incentives, and Chip to Startup Program. With about 40 petaflops of computational capability available to over 10,000 researchers and more than 1,700 PhD scholars, we have transformed our research landscape with over 1,500 research publications. I want to highlight an important shift. India is no longer just an assembling system. We are designing and manufacturing them as evident from the Rudra series of servers. This is not simply technological progress, it is national confidence. It is a message to the world that India is building advanced computational systems supporting the vision of the Honorable Pradhan Mantri Shri Narendra Modi ji, made in India for the world. I am glad to see Supercomputing India 2025 emerge as a truly global event, hosting more than 175 exhibitors and over 5,000 delegates from academia, industry, research labs, startups, and government institutions. Hosting this conference at the Manipal Institute of Technology reflects our belief that meaningful innovation emerges when government, academia, industry, and research institutions work together. It is in line with our belief that building young Indians May this conference ignite collaboration, accelerate discovery, and strengthen India's leadership in building computing foundation of tomorrow. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister Shri Jitin Prasad ji for his inspiring message and for his steadfast support in advancing India's digital and computational growth. आपके प्रेरक विचार और भारत की डिजिटल प्रगति के प्रति आपका समर्थन हम सभी के लिए अत्यंत मूल्यवान है. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause and thank the Honorable Minister. The pinnacle of our event now arrives. It is our profound privilege to invite the Honorable Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, as the chief guest for the address and the formal launch of Supercomputing India 2025, a testament to India's resolve to lead from the front in the global technology landscape. माननीय मंत्री श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, जिनकी नीतिगत दूरदृष्टि और निर्णायक नेतृत्व ने भारत को डिजिटल और प्रौद्योगिकी नवाचारों का विश्व पंक्ति में स्थापित किया है, आज की इस महत्वपूर्ण घड़ी में आपका सानिध्य हमारे लिए अत्यंत गौरव का विषय है. सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, जिनकी दूरदृष्टि और नेतृत्व से भारत की डिजिटल आकांक्षाओं को नई उड़ान मिली है. सो प्लीज पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर एंड लेट्स हियर द inspiring message of Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji. Let's have the video, please.
I would like to welcome all the global industry leaders, policymakers, scientists, academicians, startup founders, and delegates from across the world, and a special welcome to the young students who have joined this Supercomputing India conference. My special thanks to colleague Minister Shri Jitin Prasad ji, to Secretary Shri Krishnan ji, to all the industry participants who have participated in organizing this conference, and to Dr. Magesh, the Director General of CDAC. Friends, this is India's first global supercomputing conference. It's a big milestone in our deep tech journey. It's a platform to showcase and share views about the advances in high performance computing, in AI, in quantum computing, in semiconductors. These are the fields which are redefining our economy. These are the technologies which are reshaping the entire world. We are focused on made in India, designed in India, and made for the world solutions. With this theme, I welcome about 5,000 plus delegates and 2,000 plus academicians and about 175 plus exhibitors who have come from about 20 countries to this conference. We hope that as an outcome of this conference, that there will be many global collaborations, there would be policy industry alignment, and it will give a significant boost to our innovation ecosystem. Friends, in the past few years, our country has focused on developing a totally new technology landscape. All of you are aware of the vast reaching digital public infrastructure that we have. Practically everybody pays using digital payment, and today our UPI, the UPI is our digital payment standard, the solution. That solution is today much bigger than international brands like Visa. So that kind of digital technologies have reached practically every nook and corner of the country. We have one of the largest 5G networks in the entire world. So with this kind of digital infra, the reach of technology is practically to every citizen. Building upon this and building upon our design capabilities, we are now focusing on developing a semiconductor ecosystem in our country. Within a short time frame of 4 years, we have been able to attract significant investments in fabrication as well as in ATMP. There are 10 units, out of which 4 have started pilot production already. Others are in various phases of design and construction. Simultaneously, the design teams working in India are today designing chips, the most advanced chips of 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer nodes. So that ecosystem is now developing very rapidly. We would like to convert, or rather to augment, our services based IT industry with a product based technology industry. Services will continue to grow in this new world of AI. Simultaneously, semiconductor and electronics manufacturing will lead to a product based manufacturing industry. With these opening words, I would like to once again welcome you all, and we would like to hear your thoughts and take your feedback on the way forward, on the journey forward. And I would like to especially request the delegates to look at the impact of AI on the IT industry and give your suggestions on what is the best way forward for India and Indian IT industry to take the maximum benefit out of this new technology. Thank you very much. Wish you all the very best.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was indeed an inspiring message. Let's all give once again a huge round of applause for Shri Ashwini Vaishnav for the formal launch of Supercomputing India 2025. Well, the launch has happened, but we are all eager to get more insights into what exactly is in store for all of us in SCI 2025. Yes, the countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Before the Silicon Age, there was an age of wisdom. We learned to count the cosmos, and the zero was our gift to the world. Calculation is in our DNA, from temple geometry to telescope charts. India has always been a nation of seekers. When the world outsourced doubt, we wrote our own answer, led by CDAC's Parut, alongside the pioneering Flow Songbird by NAL and Anupam by Bach. India announced we would do more than follow. A mission followed that belief. The National Supercomputing Mission, steered by MAHE and DST, stitched compute into a national fabric, connecting IISc, IITs, and research labs into a mission-critical grid. Today, 37 systems, 40 petaflop
for the research and development community,
and over 10,000 researchers driving discovery across India. We moved from using compute to engineering it. Rudra 3, high-density, liquid-cooled, AI-ready, built to meet world-class workloads, indigenous interconnects, and sovereign hardware. Throughput, low latency, resilience, the elements of a nation's compute sovereignty. Software is the multiplier. CAPC, Paras, and Pinaka Unified Code, runtimes, and deployment, accelerating scientific and AI workloads at scale. This power saves lives, from NCMRWF's precision weather forecasting to healthcare and aerospace. Our compute becomes scarce. The National Quantum Mission is dedicated to seeding and scaling scientific R&D to create a vibrant ecosystem, accelerating economic growth and establishing India as a global leader in quantum technologies. Advancing this vision, Quniverse serves as a unified platform that bridges the gap between theoretical algorithms and practical implementation, empowering researchers to visually design, simulate on accelerators, and execute on quantum hardware. Hybrid HPC quantum workflows are reality. Classical pre-processing, quantum kernels, combine insights, solving problems once unreachable. A technology nation must be a learning nation. Training programs and joint degrees are cultivating talent for exascale, AI, and quantum. Now, the world comes home. Supercomputing India 2025, where governments, industry, and researchers meet India's sovereign stack and co-create the future. From the chip conclave to quantum workshops, from doctoral symposia to startup showcases, SCI 2025 is a marketplace of ideas and action. Here, India unveils systems, shares platforms, signs partnerships, and turns national investments into global opportunities. This is an invitation. Witness a sovereign stack, hardware, software, and people. Made in India, made for the world. Supercomputing India 2025, powering the future.
Thanks for that round of applause. I need not have to prompt you. So there is a very proactive audience here. Thanks for that. It's our pleasure that we have Mr. Puneet Agarwal, the CEO of VVDN, who has just joined us. I would request the General Chair of SCI 2025, Shri Magesh, to kindly welcome him by felicitating him. Request Mr. Puneet Agarwal to please come over. Thank you very much. He has come straight from the airport, so hope you had time to breathe, but we are not going to leave you, you have to speak now. So please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Puneet Agarwal.
I think, namaskar and very good morning to all the innovator, technologists, and leaders who have gathered here. I happened to attend the Supercompute few weeks back in the US, and it's a great pleasure that this global supercompute is happening in India now, right? Where not only that we'll be showing the technologies to India ecosystem, but I hope that we'll be able to show a leadership of entire data center and many of the solutions to the whole world. We are living in a definite chapter of India's glory, as phase where the nation is not just witnessing a global change, but also a change which will define the technology of the next world, and we are driving it. India is driving it. For years, India was regarded primarily a digital consumer. We were always being seen as how we can consume the technologies. But as we are growing, as we are seeing the growth from last 10 years, we are creating technologies not only for India, for the whole world. Whether it is a compute system, whether it is the networking technologies, or whether it is the software which makes this entire hardware a complete solution. That is what India has been delivering at least for the last few years. I would also like to acknowledge the role of Indian government, which has fueled this entire growth for the India technology. I think from the last few years, we have been working very closely with different government institutions, different government policies, and I have to admit that it is a very pro policy for growing India companies, technology companies, industry, to gain the market share for India as well as the global market. The efforts, what we have put, has brought a dream to all of us. A dream which we could not have seen if I talk about 10 years back. My company is 20 years old, but if you see the 10 years back, my dream was to enable Indian technology system for the whole world, but largely not for India. But today, last 10 years, we are able to see that the way India is growing, not only as a digital consumer, but also as a technology creator and technology consumer by itself, has really changed the way we are looking at our growth. We have built a lot of design centers in India. We have built a lot of manufacturing facilities in India. And I'm very proud to say that today these facilities and these manufacturing plants are being used to develop Indian technology for Indian consumer, for the world, and this could not happen because, this could not happen just because of government policies, but the entire industry and academia has come together to challenge everybody in the world that how India can design technology and manufacture technologies. I'll tell you that where the background I come from, we started design almost 20 years back in India. And it was not an easy task to make the whole world believe that designing complex systems in India would be a option or would be a success. But today, I can see that a lot of digital data centers, a lot of digital technologies are being innovated, are being conceptualized, and being implemented in India. I know there are a lot of dignitaries sitting on the stage, and I can tell you that 2 years back, 3 years back, we used to say that when we implement a data center, it is only, हम सिर्फ ईंट और पत्थर लगाते हैं वहाँ पे. We just make the cement and the bricks, not the IT part, not the power part, not the entire software part of it, cloud part of it. But today, if I break down, we are implementing our own technology, we are bringing our own software, hardware, we are bringing our own power systems, and this is actually happening. And I've been part of this success story of at least implementing few data centers in the country where we are supplying all design in India and manufactured in India equipments. So that has happened, and that's happening very, very rapidly. And I think, not to mention, CDAC is definitely leading this mission. CDAC has given opportunity to a lot of industry, to a lot of academia, to do very meaningful partnerships and bring a lot of new solutions and giving a complete platform to get into the data centers. I'll just take another 30 seconds to talk about data center. Data center is no more about a complete system which gives compute and which gives the data storage. I think data centers are not transforming into the AI, and I think we are all talking about AI. AI is a buzzword, right? But the AI is much more than, at least I am observing AI from last few years, and I'm still thinking that I know only 5% of AI. When we went to the Supercomputing US, we saw that the way people are looking at AI is definitely differently, and we have to adopt that. There are autonomous cars in US. Now you don't have to take taxis in the US with a driver. In all the major cities of the US, you have autonomous cars enabled by AI. All the different factories which are run in the US is by AI. And I think that is the opportunity what we have in India to develop these all technologies, to develop these solutions, use in the Indian ecosystem, and then definitely export it to the whole world. We are also fortunate enough to have a very strong G2G partnerships. The way India is representing itself to the whole world, to the whole regions, whether it is North America, Europe, Japan, Korea, anywhere in the world, I think everybody is looking forward to do partnerships in India. And I'm aware that there are a lot of delegates visiting us from globally in this event. And I think there will be a lot of partnership which we shall form to enable a lot of technologies going out of India and solutions going out of India, implementing in the different parts of the world. Another part is design. As our respected Union Minister said that India is going to make design and going to manufacture in India. Design is going to be the key point for leadership if we have to survive very long. Designing, whether it's a hardware, whether it's software, whether it's an AI algorithm, that is something where we have to do a lot of investment. And I think we are marching towards that, but there is a lot more which need to be done. And we need to create many, many large multi-billion-dollar companies, multi-billion-dollar businesses into the country, enabling all these technologies. I can only say that India will lead. Definitely India is going to lead the whole world. We are demonstrating every day that India can design global competitive products, complex systems, and deliver innovation with excellence. That is what I will end with. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insights. We now move on to a significant segment of today's proceedings, the formal announcements and MOU exchanges, marking new partnerships, new commitments, and new aspirations for India's supercomputing ecosystem. These collaborations serve as crucial building blocks as we collectively accelerate research, innovation, and global competitiveness. We request the dignitaries and representatives of the participating institutions to kindly come forward for the exchanges, and please be ready. Please note that we are happy to share 12 MOUs. Still nobody wants to clap. 12 MOUs, ladies and gentlemen. 2 announcements and 1 product release. First, we'll have the MOU between CDAC and the Directorate of Higher Education, DHE, Government of Goa. I may please invite Mr. E. Magesh, Director General CDAC, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director CDAC Bengaluru, Shri Bhushan K. Savaikar, Director DHE, Government of Goa, for this MOU. So please go to the center. The scope of this MOU broadly covers potential engagements involving capacity building programs, establishment of centers of excellence, and application development and research and development. Ladies and gentlemen, the MOU between CDAC and the Directorate of Higher Education, DHE, Government of Goa. Thank you very much. The next is the MOU between CDAC and University Technical Malaysia. I may please invite Shri E. Magesh, he is already there, DG CDAC, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director CDAC Bengaluru, Dr. Mohammad Misbauddin, Trust Group Head CDAC Bengaluru, and Professor Hafiz Fazli, Dean UTM Malaysia, to please come over. Hearty welcome to you, Professor Fazli. CDAC and UTM will work together to strengthen cooperation through knowledge sharing, joint trainings and research activities, advisory support, and advanced computing areas. So please put your hands together for this all-important MOU. Thank you very much. The next 5 MOUs are executed by CDAC. As already indicated, Mr. E. Magesh, Director General of CDAC, will be there. And also I would request Mr. Jitendra, Scientist G and Center Head CDAC Delhi, to please come over. The first MOU between CDAC and Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology, NIET. May I kindly invite Professor Anil K. Ahlawat, NIET. This MOU focuses on joint innovation, research, development, technology uptake, and capacity building. Put your hands together for this MOU of CDAC and Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology. The second MOU is between CDAC and Meerut Institute of Engineering and Technology, MIET, Kumaon, Uttarakhand. May I kindly invite Dr. Naresh Kumar from MIET to please come over for this all-important MOU. This MOU focuses on association in emerging technologies, joint research and product development, and capacity building through training and workshops. The next MOU is between CDAC and Meerut Institute of Technology, MIT, Meerut. May I kindly invite Dr. Sunita Yadav. This MOU focuses technological solutions, encourages co-creation of IT products and services, and promotes expert and faculty exchanges to strengthen institutional ties. The fourth MOU is between CDAC and Indraprastha Engineering College, Ghaziabad. May I kindly invite Dr. Sunita Yadav once again. This MOU marks a partnership in emerging technologies, joint research and product co-development, and capacity building through specialized training programs and workshops. The next MOU between CDAC and Meerut Institute of Engineering and Technology, MIT Meerut. May I kindly invite Dr. Naresh Kumar, MIT, to please come back again. And this MOU is about integrated innovation and research for technology development, adoption and capacity building. Thank you very much. The next 3 MOUs are executed by CDAC. We have already Mr. E. Magesh, Director General, CDAC, and I would also like to call upon Mr. Sanjay Vandekar, the Center Head of CDAC Pune, to please come over. Mr. Sanjay, yes. The first MOU between CDAC and CSIR, Fourth Paradigm Institute, Bengaluru, CSIR 4PI. May I invite Dr. Chitranjan Singh, CDAC, Dr. G.K. Patre, Director, CSIR 4PI, Bengaluru, Dr. I.A. Parvez, Chief Scientist, and Dr. V. Anil Kumar, from Chief Scientist, CSIR 4PI, Bengaluru. This MOU focuses the establishment of 4 PF HPC facility under the National Supercomputing Mission, NSM. Some of you who are standing there, please help yourself and take your seats, or you can go to the first floor. The balcony seats, there are a lot of balcony seats, okay? So don't be stressed out. You can watch it from top also. So thank you very much. The second MOU is between CDAC and Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, IUCAA, Pune. May I please invite Mr. Prasad Vadlakondavar, CDAC, Professor R. Shri Anand, Director IUCAA, and Professor Sanjit Mitra, IUCAA. Ayuka. This MOU is for establishment of 1 PF HPC facility under the National Supercomputing Mission. Next MOU is between CDAC and C.R. Rao Advanced Institute of Mathematics, Statistics and Computer Science, AIM SES. May I please invite Mr. Prasad Vadlakondavar, CDAC, Mr. C.N. Verma, Registrar, Mr. Uday Indoria, Dr. Amrita PP, AIM SES. Congratulations, thank you very much. The next MOU is between CDAC Thiruvananthapuram and IndieSemic Ahmedabad. May I please invite Mr. S. Krishna Kumar Rao, Senior Director and Group Head, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, and Mrs. Jeena Shah, Co-Founder and CMO, IndieSemic Private Limited, to please come over for this MOU. Yeah. This MOU is between IndieSemic Private Limited and CDAC for collaboration in development of Vega-based SoC and products. IndieSemic plans to build a cost-efficient AI-enabled semiconductor device based on the 64-bit Vega processor core from CDAC. Congratulations. And thank you very much. We have a few announcements to make now. Thank you. The release of TOP Supercomputers of India, the announcement is topsc.in, Top Supercomputers India, is the national equivalent of the globally renowned top500.org project, cataloging the most powerful supercomputers in India twice every year in July and December. This initiative has become the definitive source of information on India's supercomputing ability, attracting entries from academic institutions, research organizations, and industry partners across the country. December 2025, the update, India's top supercomputers, Airavat PESAI, CDAC Pune, the clapping has to come. Arka IITM Pune, Arunika NCMR WF Noida, Param Pravega, IISc Bengaluru, and Param Rudra, IUAC New Delhi. Now we have an announcement for Astra Quanta Neurosystems Private Limited and CDAC intent into strategic partnerships. I would request Mr. Vishal and Mr. Pradeep to be present here on stage when the announcement is being made. You're a little far off. A little sprint will help, sir, to save time. Mr. Vishal and Mr. Pradeep, yes, kindly be there, sir. So let's hear it for them. The collaboration aims to provide AI-assisted semiconductor design capabilities to Indian academia and industry. Astra Quanta will offer limited period access to its AI native design platform, along with training and technical support, enabling joint research, skill development, and future IP creation for Astra Quanta. So let's give a round of applause and thank them for this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Vishal and Mr. Pradeep. Product launch of the VSD Squadron Ultra board powered by Vega processor designed and developed by VLSI System Design. May I kindly invite Mr. E. Magesh, Director General CDAC, S. Krishna Kumar Rao, Senior Director and Group Head CDAC Trivandrum, and Mrs. Anagha Ghosh, Founder and Director VLSI System Design VSD Thane Maharashtra, and Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director CDAC Bengaluru, to join the launch process. VSD Squadron Ultra is an Indian RISC-V board featuring Tejas 32 SoC powered by Vega ET1031 from CDAC's Vega processor family along with Wi-Fi Bluetooth 5 module. It enables school students and embedded enthusiasts to build systems using India's indigenous RISC-V processor, RISC-V 5 processor, supports the vision of Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat through hands-on hardware innovation by nurturing self-reliant, future-ready technical manpower. As the information is being shared, let's give a huge round of applause for this wonderful product launch. Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, in line with the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Thank you to all partners for these impactful collaborations that will shape the future of HPC, AI, and scientific computing in India. So once again, let's give a huge round of applause in unison. People at the top also, one huge round of applause, which should sound the whole of India. At this juncture, I would request Shri Mahesh, Director General CDAC, to give a memento to Dr. Thomas Zakaria, SVP AMD. Thank you, Dr. Thomas Zakaria. To Shri Puneet Agarwal, CEO, VVDN. Also to Shri Brijendra Navneet, Secretary IT, Tamil Nadu. I request Shri Brijendra Navneet to share a few words with you.
Thank you and a very good morning, dignitaries on dais, honorable ministers who had recorded messages, all the participants and particularly those who are on the top floor. Takes me back to college days, and I am glad that so many of you have decided to come and participate in this event. Time has really go back to 1992. We used to run, literally run 3 stairs, 3 floors to get into the computer lab to get hold of one 486 machine, because all other computers were 386, and somehow we found that this machine is better, faster, and it has a color monitor. And from there, we are now talking about the Param and supercomputing. It is really glad that what we have achieved in last 30 years. And this event is again, I will tell you that take us very far. It has come little late to India, but we will not wait for such events to reoccur and give enthusiasm to younger innovators to come and join this Indian story. 4 eyes are needed for any of such, if I may say, effort. These eyes are, already we know that PPP, triple Ps, these 4 eyes are basically industries, innovators, investors, and last but not least, institutions. I'm glad that in this week, over the next 4-5 days, all 4 eyes will sit together, talk to each other, and will come up with a fantastic rollout map for supercomputing in India and associated thing. Last but not the least, some of the previous speakers have also dwelled upon that. I would also like to just take 2 minutes on that let us not make it what I call that crude story. We have often heard this phrase that data is the new oil. Unfortunately, in India, we were completely dependent on import of crude oil, but we developed the processing capacity and we hardly import the processed products on the crude side. In fact, we are the net exporters of the processed products. Somehow in our mindset, when we joined that bandwagon, we dropped out from the processing side. Today, the reverse story is happening on the data side. We may generate maybe a quarter of the world data, maybe 20 to 25%, whereas the processing on that part, if I just take the data centers capacity in India in the gigawatt term, maybe we are roughly around 2 to 2.5%. So my plea to all participants are there that let us not make it that old crude and work on the new crude where we produce the crude and we process and we do the value addition. Not to forget that when we started about 7-8 years back that digital payment system, people were very circumspect that whether we will be successful. Today you will be glad to know that 50% of the global financial digital payment live is happening in India. Half of the global digital financial payment is happening in India, and it is more than the sum total of the entire transactions happening in Europe and North America. So we have that capacity, we can do that, and with that wish and with that confidence that all of us will work together to deliver on that, I wish you all success for this event, and thank you for making me the part of the inaugural session.
Thank you, sir, for those thought-provoking words. I would now request Mr. Magesh to give a memento to Dr. Narayana Sabahit, Pro Vice Chancellor, Technology and Science, MAHE. Thank you, Dr. Narayan. And I would request Dr. Narayana Sabahit to say a few words on the occasion.
Distinguished guests, researchers, and industry leaders, good morning to all of you and welcome to SAI 2025. It's a distinct pleasure to join you at Supercomputing India 2025. This event brings together the varied minds shaping the future of high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, and quantum technologies. It is truly encouraging to see such a diverse gathering of leaders and students united by a shared purpose. SAI 2025 serves as India's global window into our indigenous supercomputing ecosystem. Through technology launches, the Tech Expo, and strategic dialogues between government and academia, this event acts as a catalyst for industrial investment and job creation in next-generation digital technologies. At MAHE, we see this future unfolding rapidly. Over the past year, we have taken decisive steps to strengthen our capabilities in advanced computing, preparing our faculty and students for next decade of scientific innovation. Central to this journey is our robust collaboration with CDAC. MAHE is a multidisciplinary, research-focused university. So we have almost all programs, medical, dental, engineering, management, and pharmacy, many programs which are available in the main campus. So obviously we have a lot of data which are available on the medical side. About more than 12 research groups are working on a multidisciplinary research projects. Obviously, we need the high computing facilities like HPC. This partnership has been an instrumental in 3 key areas. First, in capacity building, through a faculty development program at MAHE's Manipal Institute of Technology and a specialized workshop in HPC and parallel computing, we are equipping our academic community with critical skills aligned with national digital transformation goals. Second, in skill development, we recently hosted a boot camp on IoT device programming with the Department of Mechatronics and CDAC Bengaluru, providing participants with hands-on expertise using indigenously developed IoT kits. And third, in infrastructure access, we have empowered our researchers with access to CDAC's state-of-the-art supercomputing facilities, including the powerful Param Utkarsh. This infrastructure is now fueling groundbreaking research across domains ranging from molecular simulation to artificial intelligence. Looking ahead, we are deeply committed to the frontier of quantum computing, the Q-Hub at MAHE's Bengaluru campus. The Q-Hub and MAHE Quantum Center stands as a symbol of centrality, collaboration, and co-creation. The establishment of the Q-Hub MAHE Quantum Center at Bengaluru campus is a powerful step towards realizing the vision of National Quantum Mission and fortifying India's position in the global quantum ecosystem, which will house a 7-qubit extendable to 25-qubit open architecture facility. This center also aims at integrating Quniverse, the indigenous quantum software developed by CDAC. I would like to thank the organizers for cultivating this vibrant community. On behalf of MAHE, I extend a full support to building a resilient, forward-looking supercomputer ecosystem in India. I look forward to the impactful discussions and partnerships that will emerge from this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narayana Sabahit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed gratifying to note the presence of spectrum of leaders, industry captains, academia, universities, and also the hall is full here, and we are having a lot of delegates standing outside. I think all of us who are inside should give a huge round of applause to all of them who have been patient enough and cooperative with that. So thank you very much for this tremendous response. I would now request Sri Magesh to give a memento to Dr. Sanjay Bal, DG Certain. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. We request Dr. Sanjay to express his views on the occasion.
Namaskara. Honorable Minister, Electronics and IT, Honorable Minister of State, Electronics and IT, and good morning to the esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and the students. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and it is indeed a great pleasure to be here today among some of the brightest minds at the Supercomputing India 2025. While we explore the advances made towards the frontiers of supercomputing and its applications in solving complex problems for societal benefits, we need to be aware of the convergence taking place with HPC, AI compute clusters, quantum computing, and biocomputing. The fused ecosystem is creating an unprecedented computational platform as the backbone of our digital future, which is essential for our national security, scientific research, and economic leadership. We should be aware that it also creates a dramatically expanded attack surface, threatening trust in the digital age. In this global race for competitiveness, the future will belong to those who compute the safest and not the fastest. I look forward to learning from the esteemed speakers here and wish you all highly productive conference where you can bounce your ideas off each other and innovate for Viksit and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Magesh to give a memento to Dr. K.D. Naik, member track NSM. Thank you, Dr. Naik. I would request Dr. Naik to say a few words on the occasion.
Good morning, namaskar and namaskara. First of all, let me thank CDAC and the MIT and DST for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. And when I talk to this sort of audience, I feel very honored. We have here all the experts from the field of high-performance computing, and in the top, I always talk to them as the 21st century India, because all the students are the 21st century India, and they should be aware of what is happening and likely to happen. From that angle, I'll say that for my association with this field has been last about 30 years. As a previous avatar of myself, I was in the defense research, and we worked on the supercomputing for our own applications for last maybe around 10 years. I'm working with CDAC as part of the National Supercomputing Mission Advisory Committee, and I always appreciate whatever the supercomputing and super efforts by CDAC for doing indigenous systems. Why I'm saying that is, if any country, I'm talking about worth its salt, has to have a sovereign nation, three things are important. What I call is DII, data security, information security, and intelligence security. For all these things to have, the best first part is I think we should have our own indigenous, or whatever the country which I'm talking about, is the sole responsibility of holding our data and processing the information, and then finally intelligence. In this, HPC plays the most critical part, because all the things in this, data centers we require, all our computing centers are required. Then information, again, the communication, analysis, cryptanalysis, all the things, again, you require a supercomputing system. As intelligence is, as you are aware, the AI is coming in, again, supercomputings are required. So I feel the NSM program and the CDAC efforts, basically for making from the chip level to the hardware, designed hardware in India, chip designed in India, and application stacks, everything, and getting into integrated system, that's very, very critical from the national security point of view. That's why I appreciate and congratulate CDAC and the NSM program for whatever we are today. And I am very proud that CDAC has delivered its products, and as Dr. Magesh has said, that we have done already about 30, 40 of indigenously designed developed computing systems in India. That's very significant achievement. I would hope everybody would applaud for that. Okay, I don't want to take much time, and I do hope that whoever is come here will have a very fruitful engagement and discussion, and intellectual, what I can participation in developing these efforts of ours as a nation, and do hope that the youngsters will take lead in taking whatever has happened from the future things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. K.D. Nayak. I would now request Dr. Situ D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC, to hand over a memento to Shri E. Magesh, Director General of CDAC. Thank you very much. And also to Dr. Hemant Darbari, Mission Director, NSM. Before we close, I would request Dr. Hemant Darbari, the Mission Director of NSM, for the concluding remarks of the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hemant Darbari.
A very warm good morning to everybody. And first of all, I'd like to say that today is a very big day for India and the supercomputing fraternity. So, Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav-ji, Guest of Honor, Shri Jatin Prasad-ji, Secretary MIT, Shri S. Krishnan-ji, Dr. Narayan, Pro-Vice Chancellor of MAHE, then Dr. Thomas Zakaria-ji, all the people who are come from abroad, our own organizers. As the part of the organizing committee, I'd like to say that this is a very important event for India and rest of the world. We have come a long way. I, being a founder member of CDAC, we were just 16 of us when we started CDAC, and now it has grown to a very large extent. So the distinguished speakers, the guests and the dignitaries which are present here, and especially the students which are present, have a very, very important 4 or 5 days of exposure to them and try to see that how much extra you can exploit. So it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of National Supercomputing Mission and SCI 2025 to our chief guest, Honorable Shri Ashwini Vaishnav-ji. So thank you for joining us today and giving us a video message for your encouraging words. Your vision for India technological future continues to guide the mission and inspire all of us to aim higher. I would also like to thank Honorable Minister of State, Jatin Prasad-ji, for gracing the occasion through the video presence. And he was always with us in many things which we are planning. And we truly value his support for India's HPC ecosystem. Your presence here reflects the importance of ministry, places a research-led digital growth. My sincere thanks to Secretary MIT, Sri S. Krishnan-ji, for his steady leadership, for the direction he continues to provide for NSM. His guidance has been central to all the progress we have made. And I would like to acknowledge our industry speakers, Dr. Thomas Zakaria, Shri Puneet Agarwal, for sharing their insights and giving us a next step forward to take the things at a better way and better place. Their perspective underlined the importance of partnership and need to keep pushing the boundaries of technologies. I would like to also acknowledge the dignitaries on the dais, Sri Dr. Narayan, for hosting us warmly, Shri Brijen Navneet-ji, DG CDAC, DG Certin, our colleagues here, Sudarshan. And I'd like to say that this whole community which we are creating is very, very important, because all the participants here, they are the future. The things which we are trying to take up in the next phase of National Supercomputing Mission is very, very important.
because we have very clearly crafted the next steps. And the NSM 2.0 will cater for soaring compute demands of advanced R&D in HPC, AI, quantum, in all the domains like healthcare, agriculture, climate, astronomy, energy, water, and education. And NSM 2.0 is going to be the major work which we are going to do as a whole, as one team throughout the India. And this India will seek to not just bridge the supercomputing gap, but to lead the way forward to self-reliance, scientific excellence, and strategic resilience in the exascale era. So my request to all the participants is that utilize this time and use this opportunity to get more and more interactions and take the things forward. With this, once again, I thank all dignitaries and participants for bringing part of the holistic inauguration edition of Supercomputing India 2025. We wish everyone highly engaging, productive, and inspiring conference. Thank you all, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Hemant Darbari, for the concluding remarks and the cordial words of thanks. With this, ladies and gentlemen, with gratitude, we conclude the inaugural proceedings. You are cordially invited for high tea, a moment to connect and envision the days ahead. Thank you very much for your esteemed presence. India's supercomputing story begins today together. So let's once again give a huge round of applause for this all-important moment. Do come back in 20 minutes as we have a keynote by Dr. Thomas Zakaria, followed by the leadership panel in the very same hall. So thank you very much. Namaskara. All of you, please take care. Enjoy your tea. We have a selected photo session. I would request the dignitaries to please come forward. Mr. Misbahuddin and will guide the esteemed delegates in the front for the photo session. So all the others can go for tea. All the CDAC center heads are requested to sprint onto the stage for the photograph. CDAC center heads.
podium light off ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ಇಂಟರ್ಕಾಮ್ ಯಾರು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು
gateway to the future of innovation and technology. Today, we spotlight pioneering R&D institutions that are transforming India's technological landscape. CDAC. Under the guidance of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, each a powerhouse of excellence in technology. The Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, stands at the forefront of India's digital transformation. CDAC's impact extends far beyond supercomputing. From launching India's first voter ID system to leading breakthroughs in health informatics, language computing, e-governance, quantum computing, IoT, and the indigenous Rudra server design, Vega processor, 112, and many more, CDAC's innovations touch every citizen. From quantum simulators to indigenous accelerators, secure communication systems, blockchain, CDAC is charting India's path to quantum supremacy. Artificial intelligence is redefining life sciences, agriculture, defense, and education, enabling faster, smarter decisions for a better tomorrow. CDAC is forefronting in every emerging technology domain. With DIR5 initiatives like the development of Vega processors and RISC-V based SoCs, CDAC is laying the digital foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
We are using digital technology to transform lives in all sectors of governance, from health and welfare to inclusion and empowerment.
A gateway to the future of innovation and technology. Today, we spotlight pioneering R&D institutions that are transforming India's technological landscape. CDAC. Under the guidance of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, each a powerhouse of excellence in technology. The Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, stands at the forefront of India's digital transformation. CDAC's impact extends far beyond supercomputing. From launching India's first voter ID system to leading breakthroughs in health informatics, language computing, e-governance, quantum computing, IoT, and the indigenous Rudra server design, Vega processor, 112, and many more, CDAC's innovations touch every citizen. From quantum simulators to indigenous accelerators, secure communication systems, blockchain, CDAC is charting India's path to quantum supremacy. Artificial intelligence is redefining life sciences, agriculture, defense, and education, enabling faster, smarter decisions for a better tomorrow. CDAC is forefronting in every emerging technology domain. With DIR5 initiatives like the development of Vega processors and RISC-V based SoCs, CDAC is laying the digital foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
We are using digital technology to transform lives in all sectors of governance, from health and welfare to inclusion and empowerment.
gateway to the future of innovation and technology. Today, we spotlight pioneering R&D institutions that are transforming India's technological landscape. CDAC. Under the guidance of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, each a powerhouse of excellence in technology. The Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, stands at the forefront of India's digital transformation. CDAC's impact extends far beyond supercomputing. From launching India's first voter ID system to leading breakthroughs in health informatics, language computing, e-governance, quantum computing, IoT, and the indigenous Rudra server design, Vega processor, 112, and many more, CDAC's innovations touch every citizen. From quantum simulators to indigenous accelerators, secure communication systems, blockchain, CDAC is charting India's path to quantum supremacy.
Welcome back. Wow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Request all of you to please take your seats. In the next 3 to 5 minutes, the keynote address will unfold. So request all of you to be seated. And delegates congregating in front of the stage, please get back to your seats. Request all of you not to mind. I would also request the volunteers to kindly clear the stage clear the area in front of the stage.
Computing. And the indigenous Rudra server design, Vega processor, 112, and many more. CDAC's innovations touch every citizen. From quantum simulators to indigenous accelerators, secure communication systems, blockchain. CDAC is charting India's path to quantum supremacy. Artificial intelligence is redefining life sciences, agriculture, defense, and education, enabling faster, smarter decisions for a better tomorrow. CDAC is forefronting in every emerging technology domain. With DIR5 initiatives like the development of Vega processors, gateway to the future of innovation and technology. Today, we spotlight pioneering R&D institutions that are transforming India's technological landscape. CDAC. Under the guidance of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, each a powerhouse of excellence in technology. The Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, stands at the forefront of India's digital transformation. CDAC's impact extends far beyond supercomputing. From launching India's first voter ID system to leading breakthroughs in health informatics, language computing, e-governance, quantum computing, IoT, and the indigenous Rudra server design, Vega processor, 112, and many more. CDAC's innovations touch every citizen. From quantum simulators to indigenous accelerators, secure communication systems, blockchain. CDAC is charting India's path to quantum supremacy. Artificial intelligence is redefining life sciences, agriculture, defense, and education, enabling faster, smarter decisions for a better tomorrow. CDAC is forefronting in every emerging technology domain. With DIR5 initiatives like the development of Vega processors and RISC-V based SoCs, CDAC is laying the digital foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
We are using digital technology to transform lives in all sectors of governance, from health and welfare to inclusion and empowerment.
A gateway to the future of innovation and technology. Today, we spotlight pioneering R&D institutions that are transforming India's technological landscape. CDAC. Under the guidance of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, each a powerhouse of excellence in technology. The Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, stands at the forefront of India's digital transformation. CDAC's impact extends far beyond supercomputing. From launching India's first voter ID system to leading breakthroughs in health informatics, language computing, e-governance, quantum computing, IoT, and the indigenous Rudra server design, Vega
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back. In the interest of time, we are starting the keynote session right away. Well, it's a matter of great privilege and pleasure that this is, in fact, we present one of the most anticipated sessions of Supercomputing India 2025, the keynote address by a global trailblazer in high-performance computing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming Shri Dr. Thomas Zakaria, Senior Vice President, AMD, a distinguished leader whose pioneering contributions have propelled supercomputing into a new era. Sir, we are bound to hear your keynote. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. Again, as I said this morning, it is such a pleasure to be here and to be part of this inaugural session. What I'm going to try and do is to just touch on 3 topics. And in the interest of time, where it makes sense, I might skip some slides just so that I can make up some time for all of us. I have been in the field of high-performance computing for well over 3 decades. And I think it was in 2007 that we started thinking about exascale computing. And I thought I'll give you some, as India is thinking about the exascale journey and beyond, I thought it would be good to give you some of our learnings from our experience in exascale computing. Secondly, I don't know how many of you have heard about the Genesis mission, which is something that the President announced on November 24th, which I think has lots of interesting attributes about how public and private partnerships in driving HPC and AI that could be relevant, again, for some of the discussions that we are having. And then, of course, you know, there was a time when we thought during the ASCII program when terascale computing was going to solve all the problems that we could imagine, and we have blown through petascale and exascale. And so we are beginning to think about what happens beyond, what is the next 3 orders of magnitude beyond exascale look like, how would we get there? And so I thought we'll touch on it a little bit as well. So here is sort of, I mean, this is probably also my one view graph CV, I guess, as well. So I have had the good fortune of being responsible for deploying a dozen or so supercomputers, not only for the Department of Energy, but also for National Science Foundation, NOAA, a number of other agencies. But these computers that are reflected here are something that I'm particularly proud of. And a lot of people worked very hard to make this happen. So I don't want to, in any way, shape, or form, convey that this is sort of something that, you know, I did by myself. In fact, it's a large team of people, but also partnerships with industry, partnerships with academia. But I do want to convey a story here, and that is to suggest that when these supercomputers are being imagined and being deployed, it is not just procuring a system, but it's really how you shape the technology as it evolves. And so I'll just run through some of my own personal experience. So these are the systems that I've been associated with that debuted as the #1 system on the top 500 chart. And so it has been a rare privilege, perhaps some amount of luck, that I've been able to be associated with consistently deploying systems that debuted as the leading system in the world when it went live. And it not just deployed a system, but in deploying the system, we shaped industry, we shaped the technology by co-creating, co-developing, and also specifying what the requirements are and what these systems are supposed to do. So, you know, I still remember the first system that debuted as #1 system was an all-CPU system. It was based on AMD's Opteron multi-core system. And in fact, this is the only system where we were able to actually ride multiple generations of CPUs until we decided that the Dennard scaling simply will not allow us to continue on that path. So the 1.75 petaflops Jaguar system, recently we had this conversation about, we were in Switzerland as part of the Swiss Oak Ridge Sandia conference that happens every year, that alternates between the 3 institutions. And this was at Leukerbad in Switzerland, the Swiss Alps. And at about 2 o'clock in the morning, Pete Angaro, the CEO of Cray, and I were basically arm wrestling each other to negotiate the final negotiation of Jaguar. And we wrote down on a piece of napkin saying that 1 petaflops, 1 petabyte for $100 million. And Pete said, impossible, cannot be done. And usually that is the initial response, because you are trying to design a system based on where you are in the current technology as opposed to anticipating where the technology would be. Now, I must say, we didn't quite get to 1 petabyte of memory, but we did get to a petaflops, 1.75 petaflop system, and it actually was a brilliant system. Then what happened was that so that's when every time we commission, the day we commission, we start working on the next system, because it takes about 3 to 5 years to build a design, specify, co-develop, and build and operate a system that is truly cutting-edge technology, that is innovating on a number of different fronts. So every time we deploy a system, we immediately start working on the next system that is to be deployed 4 or 5 years later. So we had actually decided to build Titan, the follow-on system to Jaguar. It was going to be based on a DARPA HPCS system, a processor called Cascade, for those of you who are familiar with that processor. And then DARPA ultimately decided that it was too power intensive, that they canceled the processor. So we had committed to build a supercomputer to Department of Energy, and suddenly found that we did not have a processor, right? So the people had started dabbling with using GPUs because it really gives you tremendous performance at a great performance per watt, or energy efficient performance. The challenge at the time was that GPUs did not have error correcting memory and did not have 64-bit data types, which was deemed essential for modeling and simulation. So we reached out to Jensen Huang, and he actually came to Oak Ridge, and there was a theme of dinner and negotiation. So at a restaurant in Knoxville, Tennessee called Bistro by the Tracks, we sat and decided that Jensen said, okay, I can throw out some of the graphics that you don't need, capture that real estate to put in the error correcting memory and the 64-bit data types. And that's how the V100 GPUs came to be, right? And so it was, and this was not easy because most people said this is crazy to build a system for first of a kind, and unproven, with about 27,000 GPUs, right? Even by today's standards, it'll be considered a pretty big system. And this was we were designing this back in 2009 to be deployed in 2012. The Summit system was really an amazing system. That's the first system that had, whereas Titan was the first heterogeneous supercomputer with CPU and GPU that debuted as #1. Summit was the first system that had mixed precision computation. So the tensor cores were part of the GPUs in Summit. And even though it was a 200 petaflops peak, 122 petaflops on LinPack, it actually gave us, for the first time, 3.3 exaflops of low precision calculation computation. And it was really a workhorse and was decommissioned last year when it was still a top 10 system in the world, which is another interesting aspect of high-end computing. Now, as I mentioned, in 2007, we started thinking about exascale system. And the goal was to deploy an exascale system for 20 megawatts. We had a series of workshops where the leading technologies, leading researchers from all over the world came. Peter Kogi, for those of you who know him, said it's going to be at least 1 gigawatt to start with. They thought the best, if you lined up the best case scenario for all the technologies, they thought maybe, just maybe, we could get to about 140 megawatts. And in reality, when we deployed Frontier, in the middle of a pandemic, we were able to deploy that system for less than 20 megawatts for exaflops. So the reason why, and then I had to quit Oak Ridge and join AMD so that I can keep that streak going with Livermore deploying the El Capitan, which is the current fastest system in the world, right? So the point here is, what I want to say is that this requires, if the key to the success of these 5 supercomputers spanning 2 decades is public-private partnership, trusted public-private partnership. Because when you're building things that are using technologies that's never been deployed before, I can guarantee you things go wrong. You are not pushing the technology hard enough. You're not pushing the software stack hard enough if it is easy. And so when things really break and you are convinced and your team is convinced that this computer is never going to work, you need that trusted partnership between the private sector and the public sector. And so that is a learning that I pass along to you in India as you embark on this journey, is that you really need deep, long-term, trusted partnership that push each other in order to deliver things that you otherwise think cannot be done. If you restrict yourself to a comfort zone in terms of what you absolutely know that you can do, then you're not pushing the envelope enough. That would be my... The other thing is that it is really important, and I can say from AMD's point of view, the DOE program that funded R&D and non-recoverable engineering funds, that is key for taking some of the risks in terms of new technology. And then ultimately, developing technology in a vacuum without a use case or without an end use is very, very challenging. You don't get the best ideas unless your reputation, your skills, all are on the line in delivering something on scope, schedule, and budget. And so leadership system acquisition is very important. So those are, I think, in my point of view, these are the 3 high-level, long-term sustainable engagement is that strong academic, private sector, public sector partnership, investing in cutting-edge, bleeding-edge R&D, and then ultimately acquiring systems. Now, why do we acquire these systems? So I just picked a couple of examples. Well, before I do that, let me just say this compute performance has been growing at about 2x every 1.2 years, which is, as you know, the Moore's law has been slowing down, but yet the computer, both the chip designers as well as system designers have been providing you more through 3D packaging, 2.5D packaging, et cetera. So if you look at the first set of computers, so these computers, the dots on these systems are systems in the massively parallel compute era. So, sort of 95 and later. And you can see it is tracking at this sort of 2x improvement every 1.2 years or so. I also want to say that, every time we are deploying a new system, we are adding some capability, but we are also leaving some capability behind. So every time we are making really tough choices in terms of how we get to the strategic goal. And so that is where the hardware-software co-design becomes very important, is that in order to deliver the kind of outcomes. And so when you see the transition from CPU era to the heterogeneous compute era to what I think going forward will be the AI acceleration era. Without effectively utilizing low-precision capabilities, it'll be very, very hard to continue to push the boundaries within some reasonable power envelope. Okay, I mean, I don't think that there is an academic institution in the world that can afford to write a $30 billion a year check for 5 years to set up something like Stargate. So it really has to push the boundaries of what can be done in the hardware-software co-design space in order to achieve the next set of advances in this important field. So here are some examples that are done on Frontier. And the reason why I picked this example is because it cannot be done any other way. I mean, I presume that you can probably go to Herculean efforts to build a wind tunnel that could probably test this. But basically, GE is experimenting with a design for fuel-efficient jet engines which does not have the nacelle, which actually currently cuts down the noise that you hear. But it also impacts, it adds to the drag, especially when you have these large fan blades that they're considering. So they're actually doing the entire simulation, entire design for this new class of engines in order for these long-haul, wide-body, big planes using Frontier-class systems. These are simulations run on the Frontier system. So it cannot be done any other way. Here's another example. This is really trying to figure out how you would design systems to take people and payload to Mars, which will weigh about 20 to 50 tons or more. Because of the thin atmosphere on the Mars, the traditional way of basically parachute landing will not support such a large craft. So you have to utilize retro propulsion. And this is, again, a simulation that's being done on Frontier, which clearly cannot be done on Mars. So this is NASA is doing currently design for the Mars mission using frontier. And so again, these are systems that enable human ingenuity, human endeavor to aspire to do things that cannot be done any other way. And this is another example of trying to create a new diamond, harder than diamond material, basically BC8 system for those of you who are material scientists. And so in order to achieve this, you have to have about 20 times the atmospheric pressure on our Earth and several times the temperature of the sun, right? So there are, fortunately, systems today on Earth that will allow you to simulate that. So the National Ignition Facility at Lawrence Livermore is an example where you can create the conditions. And so we are actually testing out using, these are simulated results of how you can produce BC8 crystals using, given the conditions of temperature and pressure that can be simulated in the National Ignition Facility. And this is actually an experiment waiting to be done. So again, these are things that push us the frontiers of our knowledge and understanding. So now that I've given you an sort of retrospective look on exascale system, I just want to say again that it would not have happened without a few people saying, despite everybody saying it's hard, it cannot be done, saying that it can be done. And I can tell you that there are many of us who felt like our jobs were on the line if it failed spectacularly. But at some point in time, that's part of the fun, is to really put everything, all the chips on the table and make sure that there is no turning back. You know that either you're going to succeed or you're going to spectacularly fail. And that's really some of the ways to push the technology. Now, the Genesis mission is a new mission that, as I mentioned, was announced on November 24th of 2025, just recently by the White House. This is really a very interesting and exciting time for science in the United States. Part of the reason is that there had developed a narrative that said that, oh, government does not need to spend any more on AI or HPC, that all these things will be done in the private sector, that clearly the kind of resources that private sector is able to marshal, and I think the private sector is doing something fantastic. They should continue to do that. But what the government can do is really align the overall investment and policy imperatives, in order to drive things that private sector may not be particularly interested, given their very focused mission on returning value to risk capital, right? So this Genesis mission is really to say, United States, between private sector and public sector, spends roughly about $900 billion in R&D each year. But 80% of that is in the private sector, about 20% is public sector. There is no way that US government is going to spend another $200 billion in order to double the productivity. So the thesis here is that we can use AI and HPC and quantum integration in order to double the productivity without increasing the investment. So the key imperatives for this Genesis mission are the following: that only the government at the highest level can mobilize the full AI ecosystem. In this case, the White House has basically said that the US Department of Energy is going to be the lead agency for this initiative, but the rest of the agencies are going to be partnered. It is not just a government initiative, it is also an initiative with direct interaction with the private sector and academia, because it's really all of the US intellectual capital focused on taking this next step. AI delivers value only when fused with mission and domain data expertise. Today, we heard the opening speaker say about India's experience in the digital public infrastructure. It's really people say, what is the use case? Well, government has an important role to play in terms of delivering in goods and services to society, whether it's education, health, or digital public infrastructure. And so the idea here is that the US government, along with all of the agencies, has the ability to pick the key areas where this all of government, through public-private partnership, can do that. Secondly, government has access to data that is not in the public domain. So whereas the hyperscalers might have scraped all the data that is publicly available, there is still quite a bit of important, relevant data that is not publicly available. And so part of the mission is to curate and make it available in a way that it can drive innovation. Mentioned already that innovation overmatch requires full national science enterprise. The idea is that, I mean, if you think about, and I'm not picking on any company, I'm saying this only because of my admiration. OpenAI, as an amazing company as it is, or you can pick DeepMind or anyone, these are talented people, but if you think about it, there are a few hundred to few thousand people. What the US government, in this case, marshals, is hundreds of thousands of really bright scientists, not just working in one field, but sort of the broad-based science and engineering enterprise. And so looking at the problem from different sides of the solution spectra is something that is very important. And we believe that's going to drive new developments and new innovation. And of course, public-private alignment is essential. So as part of this initiative, Secretary of Energy announced this as our CEO, Lisa Su, along with those of you who are from HPE will recognize Antonio Neri. And to his right is Secretary Wright, and to the right of Secretary is Stephen Streifer, the current director of Oak Ridge National Laboratory. On that day, in order to support this mission, they announced Discovery, the next flagship supercomputer to follow Frontier and El Capitan, to be deployed at Oak Ridge. It's going to be based on MI430X and EPIC CPUs. It is also explicitly designed to drive convergence in HPC, AI, and quantum. Furthermore, we also simultaneously announced a MI355-based Lux computer just to drive AI for science and an American science cloud that is made available to the scientific community to innovate around HPC and AI and quantum. So these are two big systems that were announced. That's really exciting. It is intended to strengthen US sovereign AI leadership and also advancing supercomputer partnerships with the private sector for, as I mentioned, for aligning private sector investment with the public sector investment and research efforts. So in my view, future leadership science is going to require convergence of HPC, AI, quantum, and connected labs. And I think Discovery is going to be a remarkable system. As with the other systems that I talked about, it is going to push new technologies, new developments in order to achieve sort of this integrated research ecosystem. What it's going to allow, as an example, this is one where one of the things that you know is that there is a direct correlation between our compute aspiration and energy. In the US, licensing regime for new nuclear reactor is very complicated. And so part of the goal with Discovery is to really run multiple high-fidelity whole reactor models in order to drive new designs and new licensing in an accelerated way so that you can provide the energy demands that is needed for a growing society that may utilize AI infrastructure as an infrastructure that is needed, much like internet, for everyday life. Medical science, one of the things at Oak Ridge, outside of the Veterans Administration, the only place there is the entire record of the electronic health record of the US military and a genotypic data of 1 million of those subset of those folks. That's, again, trying to drive innovation using real data with cutting-edge AI and HPC. And it spans from identifying and tailoring, precision medicine for veterans, but also intervention of veterans who are suffering from PTSD. Robotics is an exciting field where edge AI is going to play a key role, and from surgical robots to humanoid robots to industrial scale robotics, AI, HPC is going to drive this massive revolution. This is particularly important for a country like US, where manufacturing is key. It's a national strategic priority. And so the investment in robotics, as well as if you think about autonomy, we heard this morning somebody mention, if you are in a major metro in the US, you can find driverless cars. You can think of it as robotic vehicles. So this is going to be pervasive. I'm confident that within the next decade, we will have not just Roomba or robotic lawnmowers, but we will have early instances of humanoid robots in our homes. So the world is changing in a way that is quite interesting to experience and to shape. And of course, AI for science, I already touched on it, that for a variety of areas, AI for science is going to be one of the biggest areas, and I think the Genesis mission is going to be particularly focused in this area. So finally, I'm going to touch on accelerating supercomputing. So if all these things are going to drive a huge convergence of AI and HPC, so you will need HPC class scalability, or you can think of it as scale-out networking. And depending on if you're using optics, then the difference between scale-up and scale-out network is slightly different in that you don't have to think in terms of within a rack. You can actually have scale-out network topology even outside of a single rack. So we're beginning to think about what does a zettascale system look like that is a hybrid system designed specifically for AI, HPC, and quantum. Right? So from a science perspective, we've had a number of people ask about, what is AI going to do in terms of job disruption? I think that there's going to be tremendous disruption in the scientific enterprise. The idea of having an agentic AI that you can, as a lead researcher, engage with an agentic AI that then populates problem sets that are deployed into individual processors that are powerful enough, that does not have to eat, drink, sleep, that's running 24 hours and continue to optimize. This is not a futuristic thing. We are already doing this. At the lab, we are utilizing these type of approaches today. So it's kind of interesting to see, if you think about a simulation, this is an airfoil, right? You design, you basically specify the airfoil using equations, you run through a physics solver, and you get the lift, drag, the velocity profile around the airfoil. Now, we can use inference model, once trained, you can get fast turnaround as long as you are operating within the limits of the knowledge spectra that you've trained this model. Now, you can actually drive different case scenarios and essentially do this in an automated fashion, as I mentioned earlier. And the AI research assistants, essentially developing the hypothesis, problem statement, mathematical formulation, discretization, et cetera. This is happening now, right? So the pace of discovery and innovation is entering a phase that is unmatched, and I'm really excited to see where things are going in the next few years. All this requires energy. So for exascale, if we were to use Jaguar, that is our first petascale #1 system, if we had used that efficiency and use that technology to build out a brute force system, we had projected it is going to be about 7 to 9 gigawatts, which was impossible. Today, we are routinely talking about gigawatt data centers for AI. But in the scientific realm, our goal is to try to continue to push the boundaries, get to the next three orders of magnitude to zettascale. We think we can get to about 500 megawatts on the hardware side, right? So, but in order to get to 100 megawatts, which is our current target, we also ultimately have to have AI-driven algorithms and design. So if you were to, what this chart shows you is that if you were to use the exascale, what got Frontier an exascale performance at 20 megawatts, if you use that technology and try to deliver an exascale system, it is going to have, it'll be 21 gigawatts is what will be required in order to deliver a zettascale system. Clearly, that's not in the cards. So these are the areas, the process technology, architectural optimizations, chiplets, memory, and interconnect. Those bars, those broad themes will get you about to 500 megawatts, and getting to the next 2x to get to 100 megawatts, or next 5x to get to 100 megawatts will require fundamental rethinking about algorithms and design of the processors. But it's a really interesting field, and in many ways, we are beginning to see what is possible, right? So what is it that what are the learnings that we have? This is, what we want to do is to make sure that as much of compute stays within the die. Right? If you have to go out on a scale-out network to do the computation, it is about 4,000 times more energy than what would be necessary within a register file. If you think of it as an operation within a register file as 1 unit of energy, it will require 4,000 units of energy if you have to go outside on a scale-out network to do the computation. So what that means is that you want to try and keep it as much as possible within the die. And what that tells you is that if you think GPUs are power intensive now, you haven't seen anything yet. So you should see much more energy intensive, it'll be more energy efficient in terms of delivered performance, but it'll be more energy intensive per GPU, per board, per rack. So we are beginning to think in terms of megawatt per rack in the future, right? So, and I think silicon photonics is going to be key in order to drive the zettascale system in an environment where you are actually interconnected with quantum systems. The FPGAs are really wonderful for error correction, and so what we see into the future, and when I say future, I'm talking about in the near future, is that you will see all optics networks connecting with quantum systems, and so basically you will send those things that are uniquely computed on a quantum computers will be parsed out of those computers, and the rest will be done on a classical computing system. One of the things that AMD and others are actively working is this Ultra Ethernet Consortium in UAL links, such that, again, we are committed to open source, open ecosystem, so that any CPUs, any accelerator, any NIC, or any switch can be used, such that you can design around an open ecosystem, which allows us to scale at the pace at which we need in order to deliver this sort of zettascale system in the future. And of course, we are continuing to make great strides in the ROCm software stack, and actively seeking partnerships to catalyze progress in defining standards and building systems. So the message, again, that I resonate very much with India's aspiration, India's experience in open source, commitment to open source, open ecosystem, is that that is the only way we're going to drive this innovation fast enough, and through public-private partnership and alignment, and to shape a future that we can all be proud of. So I think I'm confident that full-stack sovereign AI capabilities are achievable, build diverse, open, local AI ecosystems, full-spectrum AI computing to keep down the costs, and empower everyone with AI literacy. I think this is key. You know, again, there's been all kinds of discussion about how do we democratize, how do we make this available, and that is key. And so I just want to end my talk in sort of this accelerated talk is to say high performance and AI computing leadership is key to solving the world's most important challenges. And we at AMD want to be a partner as we shape the future. We have an obligation. And I will end with an anecdote. When Subra Suresh, when he was NAE, said that NAE had just released the grand challenges of the 21st century. And he noted that the grand challenges of the 21st century are solving problems created by the successors of the grand challenges of the 20th century. So as much as we know and we want to avoid pitfalls, we must be humble enough to know that we have to be cognizant, we have to make sure that we don't create more problems, but when problems are inevitable, we have to rise up to the challenge of trying to address that. So thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be part of this inaugural supercomputing conference. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree that was indeed a profound and forward-looking keynote that will undoubtedly inspire the scientific community gathered here. Request all of you to kindly be in your seats because straight away we are heading to the next session in the interest of time. This is another important session where we are all eagerly awaiting because the transition to the leadership panel on global technology trends featuring eminent visionaries, researchers, and industry pioneers who are sculpting the future of HPC, AI, quantum computing, and digital infrastructure. All in all, it's a very important session in terms of being the flagship session of the Supercomputing India Conference 2025. So without much ado, I would like to invite on stage the esteemed panelists. I'd request Dr. Thomas Zakaria to please come back on stage. As we have had a brief introduction about him. He leads AMD's global partnerships with governments and institutions, accelerating the deployment of AMD-powered AI solutions. More than 35 years of experience. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back, Dr. Thomas. I would also like to call upon Dr. Django Okai, Head Technology Business Management Unit. Just one minute, hang on. Unit Fujitsu, and Mr. Okai is the Head of the Technology Business Management Unit at Fujitsu Limited. Hearty welcome to you, sir. He leads the company's quantum business development efforts. Mr. Robert M. Bata, a research lead, APJ AWS. Welcome to you, Mr. Robert, specializing in various aspects and, of course, scientific outcomes using full-stack cloud and hybrid compute strategies. I would also welcome Sri E. Magesh, the Director General of the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, where he leads India's national missions in high-performance computing, AI, cybersecurity, quantum computing, and so on. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Mr. Ruchir Dikshit, VP and Country Manager, Siemens EDA and Chairperson of IESA. Welcome to you, sir, the Vice President and Country Manager for Siemens EDA India and Chairperson for IESA for 2025-26 with more than 30 years of experience. Mr. Dhirendra Verma, the Head of the Application Solutions and Energy Business Unit. Mr. Dhirendra Verma. I think, yeah, he's there. And Mr. Surya Preke, Mr. Surya, Vice President of Engineering. Intel is the leader of the global silicon engineering team responsible for the design and implementation of server and networking products. Hearty welcome to you, sir. And finally, our moderator of the panel, Mr. Vivek Khaneja, the Executive Director of CDAC Noida and a seasoned technology leader with over 30 years of experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not hear the sound of the clapping. I think it should come now. So in the interest of time, I would hand over the session to our moderator, Mr. Vivek Khaneja. It's all yours, sir. It's on. Yeah, it's on.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm indeed in awe of this elite panel. It's a great opportunity for me personally to interact with such luminaries who are experts in their respective domains. And we have had a very nice futuristic looking talk from Dr. Zakaria, giving us a deep insight, a great insight into what is likely to come in the HPC, quantum, and AI era. And as you rightly said, the technology cycles are shrinking. The boundary between the physical and the digital systems is blurring. And we are at a very exciting stage where we see a lot of new technologies, new trends coming up. So to set the ball rolling, quickly I'll ask my first question to all of you. What, according to you, are some of the technology trends that are going to shape our future over the next 5 to 10 years? Before we get down into the specifics of those, just a quick word from all of you on those. So maybe we'll start with you, Jungo-san.
Hi, this is Jungo Kai from Fujitsu. Or should I just talk about my idea of some next generation? Okay. Well, I think that Thomas has already mentioned. I agree with most of the points. AI agent, physical AI, all those kind of things are coming. But I'm from Japan. Probably the only one participant coming from Japan on this stage. So maybe I can talk a little bit of what we are doing as Fujitsu in Japan. I'm also in charge of quantum computer business development on our company, Fujitsu. The quantum is a future, but it's not a silver bullet that solves everything that everybody knows. So the key is a heterogeneous compute with AI, with HPC and the quantum together with AI to solve the social issues. So the question is, how do we build it? In Japan, my company is, the Fujitsu is building quantum computer superconduct 10,000 qubit in the 2030. Also, Fugaku next generation, the supercomputer for data center. We are building on it, coming up on the 2029, combined with AI. So I think in this stage, if I can share some of the efforts the Japanese company and the government is working on, I think I hope that can contribute to Indian, the next generation compute.
I think I already addressed the question. I would just say that when I think about AI, I see we as a company, we believe that AI is going to touch all aspects of life. So I think of pervasive AI. So most of the discussion, even in my talk, focus what I would consider as sort of core infrastructure. Right? But the reality is that AI, we are going to experience and engage with AI on our PC AI laptops. We are going to increasingly experience AI out on the edge so that you can have agents doing real-time maintenance on energy grid systems, rail systems, etc., because you are constantly working on a continuing to train and learn on a digital twin that will drive these kinds of things. So I think, you know, the main thing is to make sure that the AI continues to add value and increase the human agency in terms of how we interact and live and work with one another. That's really the goal.
Thank you. Thank you for passing the torch. Prediction is very difficult, especially if it comes to the future, right? So Niels Bohr had said that, and it's very true. I think we understand the trends. We understand the focus and the resources that we're putting in various areas of development. However, I don't think that our focus should be on single technology. We continually evolve and continually come up with the new innovations and new breakthroughs which, you know, power the discovery, the science of discovery. So I think it will be really the ecosystem of the technologies that we're working with, plus whatever human mind comes up as the new invention. There's one thing that I do think we have a little bit of a blind spot about, and interesting statistic from 2 years ago, that 90% of all of the data was generated in just last 2 years from 2022. It's staggering statistic, and this will continue to challenge us, and it's fundamental and foundational to all of the science. And I think that we have a little bit of a blind spot there and are not looking at storage as something that is foundation and complementary to what we do with the compute power. Just calling it out, it's not going to be the sexy emerging technology that will set our minds on fire, but I think we need to keep that in mind as we move forward.
You're so engrossed in the compute side that you completely ignore the interconnect and the poor storage. I'm glad that you raised it.
Thanks, Vivek. See, I'm of the view that the existing HPC, AI, and the future generation, a lot more application has to be developed on top of it, especially material discovery, compounds, alloys, or new elements. How to use AI to discover those materials? That is one big problem we still haven't solved completely. Secondly, this genetics-based treatment, disease treatment, drug discovery, all this, lot more effort has to go into this. The next thing would be quantum materials. So how are you going to, the discovered materials, how are you going to purpose that for a quantum computing? I'm sure there will not be one quantum machine for all problems. You will have application-specific quantum systems. You may also have a quantum operating system. We need to also work on quantum communication and quantum storage. So today we are working on problems where there is very minimal or no memory access at all. So we may need to have quantum storage communication. In fact, go towards the light-based computing, ALU, which is made out of optics completely. So these are some of the newer technologies which may come up. That's my thought.
So Vivek, I'm going to take a slightly different view of your question. And the slightly different view is the reason we are sitting here and discussing in this conference is because of our insatiable need today to create, capture, transport, store, and process data. And we want that to happen at scales that we have never thought before. And we want that to happen at speeds that we have never thought of before, right? You talked of interconnect, storage, all of that. So in order to satisfy that need, technologies will emerge, right? So what are the possibilities? And all of them will have a play. We will need really fast linear compute engines. We will need really fast, massively parallel compute engines. We will need really fast compute engines that can deal with uncertainty and not binaries, which is where quantum comes in. Then we will need protocols that can transfer this data back and forth. So all of this will develop. New materials will be found, new techniques will be found, new algorithms will be developed, and eventually whatever is done will be defined by software run on hardware. So software has to develop over time as well. Applications, Mageshji also talked about, there are applications in medicine. There are applications in agriculture. There are applications in avionics. When Mr. Zakaria was talking about, he was talking applications of simulating data of landing on Mars. All of these things are applications that our ability to deal with data enables. So I believe all of the technologies that we talk about will have a play. They will all evolve. New materials will give us these abilities. New algorithms will give the abilities to process all of this.
Yeah, maybe coming from Intel, I'll probably zoom into the heart of all this, which is silicon and the semiconductors and the problems that we'll have to solve as we try to scale this whole thing. In my view, there are like three fundamental problems, as Dr. Zakaria showed, right? I mean, these days we are building data centers next to nuclear reactors. So there is a fundamental power problem, and there's a lot of innovations and solutions that we need to come up with to address that. The second one is probably the economy problem. I mean, the countries are lining up for the latest and greatest hardware. How do we make it more affordable and democratized to some extent, right? And it goes down to some of the semiconductor, the silicon challenges that we can probably address. The third is, of course, it's the I/O problem, right? It's very important to, probably it's going to be even more important to figure out how to transfer the data more efficiently than how to process the data, and where we are going to talk about the photonics, the co-package optics, and things like that. So those are three things: economy problem, power problem, and bandwidth problem.
Thank you. So my comments are going to be more towards trends that we get ready for driving our business on a day-to-day basis. So they're somewhat more nearer term. So the first is chiplet and 3D stacking that we are seeing is a trend that is fast approaching, and we are working towards that. Just a plug for another session I'll have later today if you want to investigate it more deeply. Then some others of my colleagues had mentioned heterogeneous compute architecture. That's pervasive as well. Quantum accelerated HPC. And I think one of my other colleagues had mentioned next-gen memory and interconnects, we shouldn't forget. And finally, I think the keynote speaker had mentioned post-exascale systems, including photonic interconnects. So these are some of the trends that we are seeing and we are getting ready for in the near term.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. I'm glad that Surya talked about the fact that we need different ways of looking at it from a semiconductor point of view. I'll come back to you on that. So continuing with what you just mentioned, that from AI perspective, we are moving from predictive tool-based implementations to more agentic-based implementations. What is happening is this is giving us a different set of problems to solve, especially at the data center level. So my next set of questions is specifically to my colleague from Fujitsu and from AWS, because both of you come from the cloud infrastructure background. What are the kind of challenges that we are today seeing? And what are the kind of solutions that we anticipate in terms of sustainability, in terms of cost structures, in terms of the infrastructure scaling up for the kind of needs that we perceive are likely to hit us over the next 5 to 10 years? Maybe we start with Jungo-san and then we move to you, sir.
Just testing the microphone. There's multiple efforts that are underway, and that's to
in different tracks, right? So we're trying to compress the consumption that is required in order to power the systems. We're trying to make it more efficient, getting more workloads out of the systems that we are already having. There is a great deal of investment in how we power those systems by introducing the green energy and driving our enterprise towards net zero goals, right? Which we have actually achieved ahead of the schedule that we had set out for ourselves. That's one part of the equation, but I'm going to go back to what Dr. Zakaria showed in his slide and what he said about computing in general, that we have not seen anything yet when it comes to the power demand. And I think we also have to have a focus on power generation in order to sort of complement this part of the equation and make sure that as we're making incremental progress in reducing power consumption, we are also making probably leaps and bounds in how we generate the power in order to power this new set of technologies in the market. Maybe not on the point as an answer, but I think it's important to communicate. Who would like to go next?
But I was going to say, perhaps I can ask a question. One of the things that, given the rapid pace of innovation, we are bringing the vendors are bringing out a new generation every year, right? And each year, the power demand seems to go up. Brick and mortar does not morph as easily as the CPUs and GPUs that are coming your way. So the life cycle of the data center itself will be impacted by the power density that is coming your way. So do you see any design principles that you are thinking about in order to anticipate the future?
Towards me. So essentially, philosophically, right, we build ahead of the curve, right? And the capacity that we currently have that serves the customers, it's not the capacity that we actually have at hand. We like to work with predetermined number as far as what is the leading capacity that is that is available to us. Also, as you know, the way we organize ourselves is into a distributed system, right, which is regional, which consists of multiple availability zones, which essentially correspond to clusters of the data centers, right? So we sort of spread our chips when it comes to that in order to be able to absorb the next wave of technology.
Would you like to add from your perspective?
Okay. Just next 5 to 10 years, just a little bit of different perspective. When we talk with our customer, the one challenge actually, not the new innovation is the challenge, but existing our facilities, infrastructures, like our data center. Everybody's talking about needs for the more power for AI, compute. Yes, it is true. The data center is becoming, say, for example, water cooling is a key. Everybody is going to have to move to the water cooling. But the reality is today, majority of the data center is not ready for water cooling. It's an air cooling system. And what do we do about it? That's actually the problem today, and the next 5 to 10 years still will be the problem because data center is a long lifetime cycle. The new data center can be, water cooling based, but what are we going to do with it? So this transition is also a key, I think, for the challenge we have in the next 5 to 10 years. So that's something that everybody needs to think about. So
Thank you so much for your thoughts. I think one of the common themes that is coming out is that we need energy efficient solutions. It could be a combination of the innovations on the hardware side, on the software side, on the design principles that go into the design of the semiconductors. So we have three experts in our panel on the semiconductor design side. So I'll go back to Ruchir, Surya, and to Dr. Verma. What are the kind of innovations that we expect to see over the next foreseeable future in terms of having innovative solutions, energy efficient solutions for the chips that we'll be designing for our data centers and for quantum applications? Okay.
Sure. Yeah, we can take turns. So I think it needs to be a holistic solution all the way from architecture definition to, I would say maybe even zoom out a little bit, right? It needs to be a holistic solution all the way from software orchestration to system solutions to transistor solutions, right? I think we need to pick the right compute for the right application. It starts with that. Because I mean, there are CPUs, there are GPUs, there are XPUs, there are all kinds of compute forms. And different compute forms are applicable for different workloads. It starts with picking the right compute form for the right workload. That's number one. Second, by the way, I mean, there is a huge opportunity there in the software. I don't think our softwares are currently able to intelligently distribute the workload across all these XPUs the way they should, but it's a different discussion. Second thing is, how do we do, let's say, system architecture within, right? Pick the right node for the right application. I mean, maybe the IOs don't need the latest and greatest technology nodes, right? That's where the disaggregation comes into picture. Put your highest performing device on the latest and the greatest technology node. Go with the disaggregation, right, massively. And the third is just the transistor efficiency itself needs a lot more. I mean, of course, the technology scaling is not helping us there while we chase the performance goals, but there are energy efficient transistors that we can think of where we fundamentally optimize the power delivery schemes that are there, whether it is integrated power delivery schemes, how do we reduce the losses that we do, things like that. So it needs to be a holistic solution all the way from software to the transistors.
This was the reason I wanted him to go first. So until about 5 years ago, if you looked at all the silicon suppliers in the world, very few of them had system view. Now, we all know that a piece of silicon is useless until it goes to a system. That's where the experience is created. And what I'm seeing change in the last 3-4 years, and I hope that it accelerates, is that semiconductor suppliers start thinking of the end use case in the system, because that's where the power is really consumed. And as Surya said, the system has software, system has other components, system has silicon. So it's a top-down approach is the most important. Now, the other shift that I'm seeing in the mindset is when people talked of power saving until a few years ago, it was all about at the gate level of the net list. So from top, I'm jumping straight to the bottom. And there, the benefit was only 5 to 10%. The real benefits come in architecting it right, making sure that the workloads, as Surya said, the workloads that you are going to apply to it are relevant for the architecture that you built. Now, GPUs, CPUs, XPUs, all of those will live. But I believe that there is one more thing that will change and change very fast is purpose-built hardware for a specific workload that you want to drive on it. So workloads will be decided first, and as soon as that's decided, the power envelope starts to come into shape. So think system, then come down to the silicon, then come down to the transistors. That's what I hope. And I'm seeing some changes happening in that direction, but not fast enough.
Okay, let's hear from Dr. Verma, mainly from he's come from a pure product development and integration and SOC implementation perspective.
Yeah, so I don't think I can, I'll probably echo other sentiments here that what we are seeing is us having to adopt to a end-to-end view all the way from taking an end use case, taking the workloads and then designing the architecture towards that. Also choosing specialized nodes for various, like for analog, for RF. These are the kind of, I won't say innovations, but mindset changes that we are seeing right now, which are to some extent driven by the market and to some extent driven by a broader understanding of how we need to operate.
Okay. So next question for you, sir, Dr. Zakaria, is you talked about the AI, you talked about HPC compute, you talked about quantum and their convergence. So what kind of innovations do you foresee at this inflection point where you have AI, the HPC compute, and the quantum coming all together to solve real world challenges? Because all three of them individually have their own set of challenges, but all three coming together to solve common set of problems may give rise to certain other innovations that may be needed.
Really, the idea of true heterogeneous computing, where the quantum computers become much like a GPU accelerator, become an accelerator, has to be for a very specialized case, because not all problem sets are ideally suited for that. There's also the whole notion of effective error correction that is necessary. So one of the things that we are really excited about is, as we think that in the next generation or two, because of energy efficiency and other requirements, we'll go into all optical networking. The idea of actually connecting quantum computers as accelerators becomes much more feasible. Quantum adjacent classical computing becomes much more feasible. It has not only a hardware aspect, but also a clear software aspect in terms of solving the challenge. And it also, by the way, when you have that much optical cable in a system of this scale, it also becomes a great testbed for quantum networking as well, because it actually offers you a great system to innovate around that area as well. So there's quite a bit of work that's being done. From, you never know. Predicting the future is really a challenge. But our goal right now is to be the best provider of classical systems. It is true that you have to innovate the full stack, including the system. And I would also say that increasingly you will have to think in terms of the data center and the power, right? Because it turns out that if you believe that AI is a pervasive infrastructure layer that society needs, right now there is a mismatch between where power is available, and so you want to make sure that it is much more of a systems thinking that starts with energy all the way to use cases. So it's an interesting time to be in this field.
Echo your sentiments, sir. It's actually in very, very interesting times. We are the cusp of something very, very interesting happening over the next 5 to 10 years. Coming back to you, Jungo-san, especially looking at it from a quantum perspective, we see, especially in the NISQ and the post-quantum era, the notion of trust, the notion of data security is going to be paramount. So what is your take on that? How do we prepare ourselves for that?
Okay. Well, maybe connected to what Thomas just mentioned. Then I can go in there. What's important also, in addition to what you just mentioned, is the challenge for the heterogeneous compute. It's going to be more on the software side, because quantum is not going to run by itself standalone. As you say, it's going to be a combination of quantum, which is very narrow, targeted area, with HPC to compute. But the software has to be not independent, but it covers both of them. And then also the use case and applications has to be adapted, applicable to both these. We need to orchestrate both HPC and quantum together in the business application side for the next decade or two. So that also connected to needs for standardization and collaborations across the nations, companies. So global cooperation and standardization efforts is the key as well. And also a people and the skill set of each country. The power holding countries has all the resources and intelligence, but every country has to start learning about what's coming next in the quantum and supercomputing next generation. I think that's why for India, National Supercomputing Mission and National Quantum Mission try to develop the indigenous capability is very, very important, especially for the country like this. The future is bright, economy is gonna boom. The demands for the power is gonna double and quadruple and excellent. It's gonna explode. And the security is the same. Also needs for the standardization and collaboration across the globe. So how do we do that is very important. So we need to start talking not just within the one company or country, but try to collaborate across the nations for security and the software side.
So next question is to DG sir. Sir, you are leading a large organizations that is doing research and development in all these emerging areas, including HPC, quantum, AI. And the government of India has also announced a lot of incentives and schemes. The National Quantum Mission, the BIRAG, RDI scheme has been announced, the Indian Semiconductor Mission, and so on and so forth. We see a lot of these technology trends that we're talking about today. So from a point of view of alignment of the government of India's thrust on these growing technology areas, what are your thoughts, sir? And how do these schemes help us to align with these global technology trends?
We have been through many, last 2-3 decades, we have seen how electronics and chip design industry has progressed. It is a high risk and expensive industry. Out of the 1,000 odd processes, steps you do, even to make a single mistake, companies can go bankrupt. So that was the situation. But unless you make mistakes, you can't do better things. So finance, cash flow was all a problem in the past. But today, under the India Semiconductor Mission program, 1,000 crore has been allocated for design link incentive scheme, under which 100 startups are expected to be onboarded, and we have done that in different ways. 25 startups are getting financial support, granting aids, and 75 plus are getting access to infrastructure like tools, test equipments, support to go to the foundry and so on. So now they are all, some companies are nearing tape out, some have already done the tape out. We'll have a lot more designs coming in the future, in the next 1 or 2 years. The government is also working on Design Link Incentive 2.0. That's also coming up. So CDAC from Noida as well as Bengaluru, we are supporting this whole ecosystem. Especially Bengaluru, we are having the EDA tool grid. We offer all the softwares from Synopsys, Cadence, Siemens, and ANSYS, and all the tools are available through this. And we also enable IP procurement. So in the past, even for prototyping, you will have to pay a lot of money. It's a total too much risk for people who cannot afford that. But today we have a mechanism to have IP at a very least cost during the prototyping and subsequently, they have an agreement once they go production. So these are kind of enablement that is happening today. But certainly we need to try out different designs. Maybe you fail, but still okay, but you need to. So the government is thinking of the same line, so that's why they are engaging the design link incentive scheme. And also, once the designs become successful and they go production, you also get production linked incentive. That is also there.
Thank you. I'll come back to Ruchir. Now, maybe you will have to wear your hat of chairman of Indian Electronics and Semiconductor Association. So let me ask you a question, not as a VP Siemens, but as the chairman of ISA. So we have been talking about these latest technology trends. So obviously, this will create a lot of skill gaps. This will create needs for upskilling and reskilling. And I know ISA has been also helping the industry from that perspective. Would you like to add your views on the kind of skills that will be needed over the next 5 to 10 years to master these technologies and to ensure that we use them in a responsible manner?
Yeah, that's a tough question because there are multiple questions embedded in that one question. You also threw in the word the responsible use, so I'm going to stay out of that for a bit. The fact is that the skill gap exists today. It's not just the skill gap that will exist 5 years from now. We have lots of engineers who are coming out from our colleges across the country. But when we look at how many of them are deployable within 3 months, within 6 months after getting into the company, that number becomes very, very small. Now, when we look at what's coming up, HPC, right, AI and quantum are the theme keywords here, but there are other things that will also come up. And I think that's where the real foresight is required between the industry and academia. So what IESA has been doing is working with academia on 2 fronts. One, not just to talk about skilling, because skilling is about learning how to do something, how to get from A to B. We are also working on promoting research in our universities that matches the level of research anywhere else in the world. There is no point in searching and finding something that has already been found. Right. So there is a program, IDSPS, and there is a plug for that. We are working with 24 institutes in the country and making hubs where professors and students from all over the country can come in and join programs for technologies that are coming up next. So that's one thing. As far as the skilling is concerned, we know that we have different tiers of colleges, right? So I'm not going to use any label. I'll say the non-IIT colleges are the ones that will fuel our industry when it comes to workforce. So IESA is consciously trying to work with non-IITs to go in there and bring the industry to train the faculty and the students. So you said don't wear the Siemens hat, but IESA is working, has called us, Siemens, to go into colleges and do workshops in those colleges. Second, IESA was a partner in the CHIP-in and the C2S program. And we gave a lot of inputs from our industry members to define the contours. And Nageswar is here, he was involved from the beginning, we are still involved. So our view on this topic is we will have a shortage in the future, and we know this because we have a shortage today. So let's fix on things today and start preparing for the future.
Thanks, Ruchir. I think we are coming almost towards the end of this thing. This is a fantastic one. Oh, Surya wants to add something to it.
Add to what Ruchir said. We recently launched a program called One Tops.
Yes.
Okay, 1 tape out per student. Today, there are about 14,000 institutes across the country, AACT approved institutes across the country, some of them under DEEM, some are directly. If you take a very pessimistic number, let's say only 50% of this 14,000 will run a VLSI course. We are looking at around 7,000 institutes. And within this 7,000 institutes, we say about only 10 students per college try a tape out. So we are looking at something around 2,000 plus tape out a year. But these tape outs are no academic research, they want to try out. They would not normally go into production. So there is a problem with the the ecosystem partners, the people who do the packaging, testing, other domains. So they don't want to see that as a new design. Each time we saw 2,000 plus new designs, that's very difficult for them to handle, and it doesn't make economic sense. So we are trying to standardize that. Along with the ESA, we are trying to make almost kind of an FPGA. Only at the I/O level, or the packaging level, or the test jig level. But deep inside, they can try out. They can experiment whatever they want. So therefore, the entire 2,000 plus design will look like a single design as far as the packaging, testing, and other industries. So this is really ambitious. We wanted to do that. So, but we also need some funds from the government, from the private sector,
Okay.
CSR funds and others.
Okay. Surya, you wanted to add something to what Ruchir had earlier said?
No, so I mean, just one small comment. By the way, I mean, we are in a slightly different era, right? So where the talent has a different this thing. I think in addition to what we get from the academia, I believe 60-70% of the existing employees should be retrained to be AI ready. That is actually a bigger problem for us than sourcing the new talent from the academy.
Okay. So as we're coming to almost towards the fag end of this very fantastic discussion, let me put two rapid fire questions to all of you. Question number one, is there any technology that you believe today is underhyped, which probably will become very big in 2025, 2035 and beyond? That's point one. And second question, what is your message to the young innovators today? Because I see a lot of students today. What is the message that you would like to pass on to them, that what they should really be concentrating on? So maybe we'll start with you, Jungu-san.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, maybe this is not the technology, but what I see, I had the opportunity to talk with some of the CTOs of major Japanese companies overnight, other last month, that what we discussed about for the future next, 10, 20 years is not about the technology, but it's becoming more like a philosophy or understanding people. With AI, with advanced, the question is becoming converging of social science and the technology to understand what it means by, what is people and what is life and what's the role of the people in the next AI generation era. So that's some of the advanced, I think CTOs start thinking about with the power of compute and the AI, what's the value that we add as a society or as a leadership, as a corporate leadership, where the value will be at, where is the source of the competition, and understanding this convergence of social science is becoming also a key for the future. Today it's all about technology and the engineering and research, but the combination of this convergence of social science or economy and philosophy combined with AI is the key. So the younger generation, message to the younger generations, I see lots of energy coming up for the AI, but each areas of the specialized, the domains that people focusing on, even in the social science, combination of AI, I think it's gonna create a new value to the society, and the new value to your career, and bring the value to the society. So I think that's something I can maybe bring the message.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You bring in a completely different view, a human angle to this, and thank you for bringing that up.
I completely agree. I was going to say, I think in this hyper-technology world, the ability to reason, ability to ask good questions, the things that you typically associate with the liberal arts side of a college campus becomes much more important, because that's where really the human interaction, we are ultimately social animals, and that's the ability to think deeply about how society should evolve and ask good questions so that technology can offer good answers is, I think, an important aspect of going into the future.
I completely agree, and to the future researchers, scientists, IT practitioners. There isn't a single technology that you should be calling out that, yes, this is the future, and I'm going to invest all of my time and energy in this. We had different technologies over the years that were at the forefront, we're on the cutting edge, and now we have a new one, and we'll have some new ones, but we don't know about it. What I would suggest is that developing and maintaining a curious mind, right, and having capacity for the lifelong learning, that's really what will define the career and make the student successful in the professional life.
Two points I take from Surya and Ruchit. We need to make compute affordable and accessible and available, and also democratize. I mean, the whole SEI in 2025 is all about doing that, bringing SEI to India, make it accessible to the community, supercomputing community. And I fully agree with Ruchit that we should have application-specific systems and softwares. Today we have an operating system. It carries a lot of legacy baggage. Most of the cyber security attacks is because we are having something which is not necessary for the newer machines, for the newer architectures, newer systems. But still we carry because we can't avoid them. Removing them is itself a big process. So we should come out with lightweight softwares, lightweight system softwares, which is only necessary to run for the specific application. So this needs a lot of unlearning. People have to unlearn what they have done, think differently, come out of their comfort zone, write something new. So this is my suggestion.
You asked two questions, right? What is undervalued and something for the younger generation out there, right? So AI is overhyped, but grossly undervalued. And the reason I say that is because when I say, get my car, I don't say motor car. The motor has gone out of our vocabulary because we know every car is a motor car. When I say I have a phone, it's a cell phone. I don't say anymore that I have a land phone, I have this phone, I have a satellite phone. If I have a phone, it's a cell phone. So same way, AI will become so ubiquitous in our lives. We're going to move away from just identifying what's a cat or drawing a new picture or using it as a search on steroids to things that affect everything in our life. And we will become so blind to it that we won't even know that AI is all around us. So that's why I say AI is undervalued. It's going to take our lives. Second, to the younger generation, and something that I was speaking to somebody yesterday, I would only say it'll sound like a Babaji Gyan, but stop answering questions and start asking questions. And when you ask questions, ask the most important question, why? Not the what or the how, the why. Start asking why questions, and once you find answers to them, you will find answers to everything that we are pondering here.
Well said. So building on what others said, right, I think AI, we don't want this to be a rope in our hands to hang ourselves. And it's very important to focus on the ethical and the responsible AI parts, going back to the human element of this, right? Because it's very easy. As Thomas had said, right, I think the next generation innovations are the problems that were created by the previous generation's technology. There are a lot of problems that AI is going to create, and we know what are those problems. I think the next generation should actually focus on solving those problems first before going too far with we are like a kids in a candy store, right? Before exploring it too much, I think we need to solve the problems that it is potentially going to create.
So I'll take a slightly different tack. I've done a lot of material science in my past, and currently I see unprecedented opportunity in the confluence of AI, HPC, and material science to solve problems that have never been able to be solved, and thereby lead to the young innovators in the audience seeing opportunity and leveraging it. So there's a large amount of business probably that would exist. So I'd encourage everyone to investigate.
So thank you so much. You all have been such a wonderful panel, and it has been really an honor to have been a part of this thoughtful discussion. So it's very clear that the individual technologies that we're talking about will collaboratively shape our future, and therefore, if we work collaboratively, responsibly for creating a future, I think we are in for some great times ahead. As Dr. Zakaria said, we are almost at the cusp of a great opportunity, both from a compute perspective, from quantum, from AI side. So thank you once again for your insights, for your thoughts, and I think we deserve a good round of applause for this wonderful.
I request all the panelists to kindly stay back for a moment. I would request Sri Magesh to give a mementos to the dignitaries. First of all, to Dr. Thomas Zakaria. Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas Zakaria. Also to Dr. Django Okai, Head Technology Business Management Unit, Fujitsu. Thank you, Doctor. To Mr. Robert M. Bata, Research Lead, APJ AWS. Mr. Ruchir Dikshit, VP and Country Manager, Siemens EDA and Chairperson of IESA. To Mr. Dhirendra Verma, the Head of the Application Solutions and Energy Business Unit, L&T Semiconductor Technologies Limited. And also to Mr. Surya Preke, the Vice President of Engineering, Intel. Thank you. I would request Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, ED, to please come over and give away mementos, first of all, to the Director General of the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, to Mr. Magesh. Thank you, and also to the moderator of the panel, Mr. Vivek Khaneja. Thank you. I would request all the panelists to please come forward for a photograph. I would request Mr. S.D. Sudarshan to stay back. Yes, please come forward for a photograph. So those of you who forgot to clap earlier can do that now. So before we are all going for lunch. So I think it gives us a tremendous amount of energy to enjoy our lunch. As the photograph is being taken, please note the lunch is arranged all for everyone. The lunch is arranged in the same building. The VVIPs will have it in the executive lounge, which is at the basement of this convention center. The VIPs, badge holders, will go to the third floor, and all others, students, organizers, and volunteers, will go to the basement of this particular convention center. With this, the activity for today is concluded in this particular hall. However, sessions are going on in AB4 and AB5 hall. All of you, please make it convenient to go to those halls and enjoy your sessions in the afternoon. So tomorrow morning, our appointment stays just like today at 9 a.m. So do join us at 8:45. Until then, have a great time. Namaskara. And all of you, please take care. Dhanyavadalu.